Good morning and welcome to the Wally Wilson Oval here at the Western Province Cricket Club. What a fantastic view we have of the mountain and two fantastic nations at this Over-60s International Cricket Tournament. My name is Nick Clegg, and alongside me and joining you for the next 90 overs of spectacular Over-60s cricket, we have you Owen, all the way from Wales. What a great day for cricket.
Yeah.
It's a nice one, isn't it? It's bore da pawb gatra. Good morning to you all. It's warm here today. It's warm. A bit of cloud around, but plenty of blue sky. Much more blue sky than we had yesterday, where the whole day degenerated rather badly. But forecast is good. And I think, as the saying goes, we're set fair for a good day's cricket, aren't we, Nick?
Yeah, we most certainly are, and hopefully the rain can stay away. There was a high prediction, as the umpires just trying to get the scorers' attention. And the two umpires, Conrad Bass looks to be on the far side, and we'll have Shotgun Harrison here on the commentator's end. One of the main things we need to come up with is to name the two ends today in the first couple of overs.
Absolutely. Well, easy behind us, we've got Table Mountain.
No idea.
So we're at the Table Mountain end here. As you're looking down the ground, you can see number 38 on the keeper's back. He's got his back to Table Mountain, so I think we're at the Table Mountain end. What about the other end then? Should we call it the side screen end, because that's what the viewers at home can see? They can't see the side screen this end.
Aptly named. We see Rambo McWade. Lovely shape out of the hand straight away there, but well defended by the opening batsman.
Paul Keneally. Got PK on his back. Second ball, bit wider. Keneally creams it through extra cover. And that's the first runs of the day and the first boundary of the day. 4 runs to Paul Keneally.
A lovely stroke there, finding his timing early on in the inning. Second ball. And Paul Keneally straight onto that front foot through the covers. It's the vacant cover area, just the one man out at the moment here. Third man to our right. Zimbabwe, as you can see there with the slip. John O'Lane took a spectacular catch yesterday at slip. His first in his life, he said. That one's
Again,
wide.
oh, it's a good piece of fielding. Good piece of fielding, a backward point.
Looks like Andy Walton there. Comes all the way from Perth to play in this tournament. Top run scorer for Zimbabwe's Andy Waltz. He'll be looking forward to getting some time out in the middle there later this afternoon.
Point of order then, Nick. I know we've got a lot of Scottish viewers. That'll be Perth, Australia, I assume, not Perth, Scotland.
Yeah, apologies for that.
No.
Perth, Australia.
I'm
South
not a
Africa,
pedant at all.
actually-
Only about once a minute.
This is going to be a great afternoon together then. Or morning, seen as it's before 12.
Yep.
Depending where you are in the world. It's a better line and length.
Should
there
explain
by
we did
Rory.
start a little late today. If people are used to tuning in at 10, 10:15 our time, 8, 8:15 at home, it's probably about 9:15 your time now. We delayed the start for it because there'd been a lot of overnight rain. Those of you watching yesterday would have seen that rain coming off. It didn't really stop all night. Oof. Good ball. Keneally didn't connect with that one, probably just as well. Into the first over. Wales a solid start, 4-0. Yes, so we started late, so if you don't worry, you've not missed half an hour or anything like that. That was the first over of the game, and it was half an hour later to allow the outfield to dry properly.
Raj Naik coming in here. Left arm spinner. And to our left, Zimbabwe's manager, Graham Smith, commonly known as the second most famous Graham Smith in the Cape this week. And Sanjay Patel walking around. Graham Smith has got a big knack of taking wickets while the manager goes on his stroll. And Zimbabwe will be hoping for an early breakthrough.
Talking about first, Mike Hayden, the Welsh captain, is facing now Mike hasn't scored a run on this tour so far.
Yeah.
A couple of unfortunate dismissals, 2 ducks. Prolific run scorer is Mike, so unheard of. We can only hope from a Welsh perspective that Mike puts that right today and goes back to the Mike Hayden that we all know and love.
And I'm almost sure that puts worry in the Zimbabwean viewers' heads, knowing that he's such a prolific run scorer. He has to come off at some stage as we see him work.
That's his
through
first run of the tour. Huge cheers from the Welsh balcony. And a smile as wide as Table Mountain on Mike Hayden's face. And the Zim boys, I think, also know the significance of that run, and just shows that the lovely banter that's been between the two. We've shared a hotel with the Zimbabwean boys for the past week, and we've got on wonderfully with them. It's almost a shame to have to play them at cricket today, but on the other hand, it's lovely to be playing Zimbabwe cricket today. No doubt give us plenty more to talk about in the bar tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think two nations that enjoy see Rajnak there, just pushing that one down the leg side, and shotgun Harrison turns to signal us the first extra.
Right. Good length there.
Once
good
Raj
length.
lands it on that penny U, he really is a fantastic bowler. He just
Yeah.
needs to find that area quickly. This time pushes it to the offside. It's driven through the covers to the sweeper, and that's a Rory McWade fielding it there. McWade,
Yeah.
an older pitching coach, a baseball pitcher, as well as the fielding coach for the Zimbabwean men's side.
And I think, picking up a point you made there, Nick, something that's been noticeable all week long is that early on, this orange ball goes a mile, doesn't it? It swings, even from the slower bowlers. It's very, very hard to control. And there've been a lot of wide balls in the early overs of innings because of that swinging ball. And the fact that then, I think after 10 overs yesterday, we didn't see another wide. No ball there.
It's not good from a spinner to bowl a no
No.
ball.
We're assuming it was a front foot no ball. I didn't see the bails coming off. We didn't have 3 men behind square on the leg.
The umpires are signaling maybe above the hip there, just looking at
Okay.
the base on the
Fair
side,
enough.
so that edge going down to third man.
Yeah, throws that one in.
A late cut will give him the
He's going to get 4. He's got
benefit
4.
there. That's run away down
Four
to the
down,
boundary.
down to third man. 4 to Mike Hayden.
Third man in the ring there, and he just beats him to his left. Not fully in control of the shots, but
No.
fine
no.
enough there, and played late enough to get past third man in the
Yeah.
ring.
It's quite breezy here this morning. We hear a bit of flapping. That'll be my hairpiece blowing in the wind.
Rajnak there with the quicker one, like all spinners do after going for a boundary.
Yeah,
You
yep,
feel
yeah,
you
yep,
need
yeah,
to
yep. Get a bit of
Yeah.
control back in
get
this.
it through there, less flight.
Not donning this up for you to fluff me away through backward point again.
Quickly back to the top of his mark. He does get through his overs incredibly quickly. That time another full toss, work through the
Full
mid-wicket
toss.
region.
You get a couple for that, I think.
Now
Yeah,
Michael
man coming in
started.
from the boundary. Throws it back in. 2 more to Mike Hayden. Productive over for Wales there.
Very much so, massive over. Good way to start here for the Welsh side. 15 for 0 after 2.
No, there's a ball to go.
There was a no ball. There was a no ball, so there's still a ball to go. I counted the 6 the same as you, Nick.
It's quite worrying for the education system, seeing as both of us have been teachers before.
But
Can't
But-
get past 6.
wonderful for the first time this week to have Judith Tucker next to us so that we actually know what the score is. So Judith well east to my foibles, very quick to correct me, which she has to do 3 or 4 times and over. You just worry what people have been hearing the last 3 days with Judith being like 100 yards away from me, but now she's next to me, I feel safe again. I'll still say things wrongly, but I'll be able to correct myself within about 5 seconds. That's the joy of it all.
Well, luckily for Judith, she's going to be able to correct both of us. So it's a 2-for-1 special with you and I.
We'll have to pay a double then.
McWade sets up for his second over, just making a couple changes to the leg side field. Zimbabwe have gone with a 6-3 split, the sweeper in the covers, and the third man not all the way on the boundary though, just I'd say about 15-20 meters in, just hovering in case there's that big outside edge that could possibly carry to him.
So people at home now, if I like scoring, they consolidate all the ball.
Well kept out by Mike Hayden.
That's good cricket all round, a good ball, and Hayden, the captain there.
Both these batsmen are based in Swansea. Mike is chairman and still an active player at Swansea Cricket Club, who played their last season at the famous St Helens ground this year. Ball is in, Hayden faces, lets it go outside the off stump. Bit of late movement there, I think, Nick, wasn't there?
Yeah, nice movement
Yeah.
from McWade. He bowls with a really straight wrist.
Yeah.
As a few of these Zimbabwean players you'll see have that straight wrist. They call it experience.
Is that what they call it? So the reason that my knees don't bend anymore, that's experience, is it? Would make sense. Well taken single. Keneally was alert to the opportunity there.
Yeah,
Turned that into a 1.
To the square leg umpire, and mid wicket has to come around.
Yeah.
Looks like Tom Rudd, jumper 34 there, comes around to his right swiftly, gets it in. But a well run single there, Keneally picking up that the fielder had to make way to. Keneally there flicking it off his legs
lovely
there
shot.
into the mid
Lovely
wicket
shot.
region.
That's
And
worth 2, I think.
Wayne Parham after the ball.
It's gone out to deep mid on. Pulled up. Parham returns it to the bowler. Another 2 runs to Wales. Zimbabwe won the toss, inserted Wales. What was the thinking there, Nick?
So Zimbabwe like to chat to the groundsman at every ground they go play it, and the groundsman suggested that this wicket plays better the longer the day goes on.
Right.
So that's something that they would have thought of. Maybe a bit of uneven bounce after the rain. They would have looked to absorb and take a bit of an advantage from that. But it's important to get the ball in the right place, still on the pitch. See there, that's much better bowling by Rory McWade. Shoulders, arms there does the batsman. And that will be the end of the third over. Wales 18 for no loss still. This a solid start by your Welshman.
Yes, they'll be happy with the start. 18 from the first 3 overs. Particularly pleasing to see Mike Hayden off the mark for the tour.
Yeah, massive round of applause coming
From both teams. It was just lovely to see. It was
from
lovely
the
to see.
fielders and the pavilion.
Yeah. Everybody knew the significance of that, and just sums up, I think, the camaraderie between the two sides.
But as you mentioned, prolific run scorer, so Zimbabwe will look to take his scalp early. And that's much better by Raj Naik, finding that area straight back to Walton at mid-off. Looks like the Zimbabwean fielders are quite tight in the ring.
They are. On the leg side, then that will be called a wide.
I tried to paddle that there between the keeper and the 45 fielder.
Again, it's leg side wides in this tournament, so anything down the leg side, even if it's only half a centimetre, is going to be called wide by the umpires. Much better line and length there.
Yeah, it seems to be a trait of Raj Naik. As soon as he bowls one of those wides, his next ball is just quicker. He's quicker through his delivery, stride through the air. Just trying to bowl the ball rather than place it there. Again, just gives us a little bit of flight, and it goes straight to Peter Sands Thomas in the cover region, nicknamed the Duracell. Full of energy in that cover region. He'll be diving around there, I'm sure, in these 45 overs. Drops short there, but batsman showing respect to the bowler. Onto the back foot, straight down into the wickets. No run there. Maybe too early to get onto that back foot and look to pull it behind square.
Oh, very early on in the game, and still not knowing exactly what this pitch is doing, and you need that confidence in the pitch before you can confidently get back onto the back foot and start playing your shots from there.
And I think that's one of the reasons Zimbabwe elected to bowl first, just because of the uncertainty.
That's well stopped at point there.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly there was a lot of damp around here when we turned up this morning, and almost immediately you say, yeah, this is an insert the opposition pitch. Only because the moment you have that sort of dampness around the place, there's a doubt in your mind. You don't know what's going to happen. You know it's going to change.
Absolutely, and a much better over there from Raj, going for 11 in his first and only 1 in his second. In the first 2 games, Zimbabwe struggled to break the open batting partnership, and eventually got the breakthrough a lot later on. So they are a patient field inside. Just try to bowl to their areas and to their fields that they've set. Way they're erring outside that off stump line, trying to entice the batsman Keneally there just to play through the covers. They've left that cover region quite bare with fielders, so there are areas for him to go. Well played off the back foot, but straight to point. Walton picks it up cleanly. Good speed there from the bowler. You might think that at the age of 60 plus, some of these bowlers would have lacked some pace, but many of the countries here are still able to get the ball through to the other end quite quickly.
That's in the air. That's clear of the field. He's fine. He's got away with it. They'll take a single out to the deep cover boundary.
That ball just flying through the point area. They've got a backward point, but a couple meters to his right. So
he was vaguely interested, wasn't he, Nick? Vaguely interested, but I think realised fairly early on he wasn't going to get it within a country mile of it.
He's one of the top fielders there.
Exactly.
Walton.
Exactly. It's left outside of the off stump by Mike Hayden.
Looks like both the batsmen are looking to stay here for a long time. Happy to leave those good balls. As soon as it's short, jump onto that cut shot. And a well left ball. You can see it coming on just through to the keeper at stump height.
In most games, it's difficult against a new ball, and the opener's role really is to see that main shine off the ball to stop it swinging quite so prodigiously. And the openers would not want to be going after it too much when it's doing this. Okay, that's it. Better result for Wales there. Back at the bowler who stuck out a hand but didn't really get near it, and they've taken 2 runs out to a deep mid on. So just to set the scene here, Nick, this is actually first versus second in this round robin, isn't it, today? Zimbabwe won 3 out of 3. You've beaten both of the South African sides, and then had a good Duckworth-Lewis win, but a comprehensive Duckworth-Lewis win against the main USA team yesterday.
Yeah, it was a fantastic win there yesterday in Distel, posting 320.
But 2 relatively close games against the Kudus and the Impalas for Zimbabwe.
Very, very close.
Yeah.
Day 1 went down to, I think, the 3rd last delivery, and then day 2 winning it with 3 deliveries left, but a 5-wicket victory, but a lot closer than the scoreline shows there. There was a lot of tense and precious situations, but Greg McDonald, the captain, coming in and playing a tremendous knock at the end.
And Wales have won 2 and lost the 1 game, beating the USA A team very comfortably by about 170 runs on the Monday, then losing a very, very close game to the Impalas on Tuesday, and then winning, it was close again yesterday, because Wales were 6 wickets down with about 2.5 overs to spare against the Kudus. So the run rate that Wales managed to set up against the USA has held them in good stead, so it's put them second in the table on run rate.
Yeah, what has been good to see is those two South African sides obviously splitting their South African internationals and still giving competitive games at this tournament. Raj in there, that ball
That kept
keeping
low. That kept low.
That one kept really low, and batsmen don't want to see too many of those.
That was something we saw a lot of on the first 2 days. We didn't, from a Welsh perspective, see it at Durbanville at all yesterday, but this goes back to what we saw earlier on in the week. Balls keeping very low at this late stage in the South African season.
That one's cut through the cover region.
But he'll only get one.
McWade. He
Good arm.
hurtles in quickly.
Good arm.
And a strong arm.
Yeah.
He reckons he can still throw a cricket ball 90 to 100 metres.
Wow. I can, but it'll take me about 5 goes.
He threw one in from the boundary the other day at Claremont, and it carried past the keeper for about 15 metres way over the heads of John Jamison. So he has a big arm. Flighted up there, but not using the pitch that's been prepared for him, Rajnaik. And driven to short cover there. Peter Sands Thomas doing the work.
Hayden goes to the big sweep shot to the leg, but doesn't connect with it, hits his pad. It's another over, another good over from a Zimbabwe perspective. 1 run from it, 23 for naught. 6 overs.
Yeah, just that one expensive over, the second over of the innings. It looked like it was going to set Wales up nicely, but Zimbabwe just able to pull it back with their 2 experienced opening bowlers, McWade and Naik. And Zimbabwe haven't opened with the same bowling pair throughout this tournament, so it's always a surprise to me in the commentators' booth.
And Wales exactly the same, 3 completely different opening bowlers in the 3 matches played so far.
McWade pitching that one full, landing in the crease. Greg McDonald, the captain and backup keeper for this tournament. John Jamison injuring his knee. He can't pinpoint where he injured his knee from. Just after the second day, seemed to have a lot of pain. Went for a checkup and has found out that he's torn his meniscus.
Oh,
so has
painful.
booked in for an operation next week, Thursday in Johannesburg. Rory just
teasing him outside the off stump there,
that's
isn't he? Teasing him. He's got the slip in, so he's sort of saying with that away swing, go on Paul, have a go. You might edge it. And Paul not rising to the bait at the moment.
Maybe getting a bit greedy with that shape, aiming it onto the stumps and being worked into the mid-wicket area, or more mid-on rather, apologies. But straight to the fielder, so no run there either side of him, and that ball might go to the boundary. Good timing here by both the Welsh batsmen. Time draws him onto the front foot. Paul Keneally not looking like he's enjoying all this blocking going on. Looks like he wants to play some attacking positive cricket.
Correct. Oh, and there we go. Didn't really get hold of that. Didn't really time it. Dropped short a bit off. No run.
No, first time something hasn't come out the middle of his bat, it seems, and isn't that just cricket? As soon as you try hit it powerfully,
Exactly.
You seem to mistime it.
Exactly.
That's the end of the 7th.
It was a maiden.
Wales 23 for 0. Get through their overs quickly, do these bowlers.
Good to see. Good to see.
I think no one wants to stand out there for the full 3 hours that's been allotted to the bowling side. So
Means we get lunch quicker, we get tea quicker. And we have a cup of tea afterwards, or whatever takes our fancy. Quicker. Very important.
Barley, hops and water.
Yes, both sides of me telling me what I really meant when I said cup of tea after the game. But you never know, my mother might be listening, so cup of tea after the game, mum. Actually, my mother knows me too well. She knows there's no truth in that at all.
Oh, yeah, my mom would tell me to stop lying.
Yeah. Mine too.
She'd probably prefer if I had a cup of tea, but she knows what will be enjoyed. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can just see the camaraderie here from the Zimbabwean field is really enjoying the start of the snake over. Floats it up. It's in the covers.
Oh, took the pace off that. Sans Thomas did well
with the big dive there. He'll be disappointed with that effort.
Well, disappointed that he didn't gather it in, maybe, but quite pleased that he probably saved a lot more than just the single that ensued from that. Took all the pace off it.
I do hope you get to see Rory McWade hurtling his body around the boundary. Really is blitz.
Oh, short, but he couldn't quite capitalise on that. I think he was shaping to pull it and then thought better of it.
Nicely played off the back foot. And the soccer skills coming out. We saw a lot of it yesterday from the Zimbabwean side. And that looks to be Tom Rudd. Studied in Makanda, formerly known as Grahamstown, here in South Africa, in the Eastern Cape.
So there appears to be a lot of traffic between Zimbabwe and South Africa. There's a border. They're obviously two different countries, but people seem to travel backward and forward quite easily.
Certainly. So there are border neighbours to the north, but a lot of the Zimbabweans will come and study in South Africa. We have quite a few fantastic universities that offer quite a lot. So the different towns get to experience people from all over the world, really.
Right.
As we see one driven straight down
Keneally's,
the ground.
Cut the shackles, driven it for 4 through long on.
That is a fantastic shot, one of the best ones in cricket, and the most difficult. Don't always worried about your head falling over playing outside the line, but that time.
I think some of us saw the fielder in the far distance. It's our chairman, Peter Doherty, doing a bit of fielding there, throwing the ball back in.
This one might be quicker from Rambo.
Ooh! Did everything but edge that, did Keneally?
That is a great nut there from Rory McWade.
Yeah.
Nothing like a bowler getting hit for a boundary to see him getting in a bit quicker.
Indeed.
Sticks the boot out to try to stop that, but it's a single down to mid-on.
They'll take one. Ooh, did it? I think that hit the bowler on the floor there. Seems to be the worst.
He put his hand up to stop.
None the worse for wear there at all.
Nice.
So the nickname Rambo, where does that come from, Nick?
He got it at the age of 20. He hasn't told me the full story yet, but he says when we
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Beautiful cover drive, but he's not going to get 4 for it. He's going to get 2 for it. Man up there in the deep field in.
Sans Thomas there dropping his head, looking a bit disappointed again with himself, but you'll get more opportunities in that cover region. So he said it's got something to do with a hotel once, and then he sent me a meme of a human running through and going through the hotel door with his head first. Almost like a penguin dive.
Yeah.
So I'm still waiting to hear it, but a strong military background.
Right.
Really into all of those things. Represented Zimbabwe for judo and karate.
Okay, the pictures emerging here of why that.
I think six sports altogether is
yeah.
decathlon champion in the Veterans League, or think it's called the Masters in Athletics.
Decathlon.
Yeah.
It's 10 different sports.
Yep.
I struggle to play 2.
Yeah, and that's the end of the ninth over, 32 for 0.
Much better over for Wales there.
Lovely boundary down the ground.
Yeah. No, I know.
9 runs off it.
It was a single off that last ball. Yeah.
33, I've been told. Yep,
Jeez,
33.
aren't we lucky to have the
I told you.
scorer
I
next?
told you. Life's going to be a lot easier having Judith here. A lot easier.
Mike still does Ironman.
I get out of breath just thinking about it.
Half-hearted appeal there from the Zimbabweans. One thing about Shotgun Harrison, Jason Harrison, the umpire on Table Mountain side, is he makes his decisions quickly, whether it's out or not out. Goes down
It's
to
down the leg side, and they'll. It's going to be called wide. Can they add 1? They can add 2 to it. Mike Hayden jogs through, so there'll be 3 runs from that event. We can't really call it a ball because it doesn't count as a ball in the over. We'll call it an event. Good word, event, you know, Nick? Good word. Covers a multitude of sins.
Yeah, you can have many cups of tea at events.
Having a cup of tea is an event. The events are endless around just a cup of tea.
Raj just
Asked a question, but I don't think he asked it with any conviction at all, did he? I think with what he's bowling, Mike Hayden got well forward with outside off stump, and I think Raj himself knew that, yeah, sure I'm interested, but no more than that. What?
Yeah, it's a
Ooh,
much
the
bigger
keeper's
field.
interested now, but the umpire's not.
Lots of conviction there from
Yeah.
Greg McDonald
Yeah.
behind the stumps.
Yeah.
He knows how important it is here to get Mark Hayden. You mentioned he hasn't scored many runs, and they don't want today.
He hasn't
to
scored
be
many
the
runs
day.
in the tournament, but they'll know full well that he scored a lot of runs in international cricket over the years.
He's come back well since bowling that wide down the leg side, has
Yeah.
Raj.
Yeah.
Seen the pads twice, now one defended just outside off stump.
Ooh, that's
a
closer.
big appeal, that one.
He's given him.
Shotgun Harrison raises his finger.
Yeah.
Massive breakthrough there. Mark Hayden scoring 15 off 31 deliveries. Raj Naik with his first wicket in this game. Zimbabwe with the big breakthrough. Wales now 36 for 1. A couple of appeals in that over you, and that one looking definitely a lot straighter than the rest.
I mean, the 2 appeals weren't completely convincing, were they? The bowler, the keeper weren't that convinced, but that third one certainly looked quite adjacent. Didn't really get off the ground very much.
Yeah,
Mike Hayden didn't get forward very far. Wasn't that far outside the off stump.
There seems to be a patch on that far side.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
just keeping the ball low. So if you can
Yeah.
land it there and stay
Yeah,
straight,
yeah.
you definitely
Difficult to
can
do
play
much
as
with
a
it.
field inside. As all bowlers know, a wicket gets you an extra over or 2 in your spell.
Indeed, indeed.
The field is still quite tight in for Zimbabwe. See, as the game progresses, the fielders tend to stay back on the inner ring as far out as possible. But
Adrian Webber is the new batsman. Plays his cricket at Croesy, just north of Newport. He's played all his cricket at the same club. He's the groundsman there.
So he'll understand how pitchers play, and it wouldn't be a cricket game if someone didn't walk past the sight screen.
Absolutely.
That one's just played down the ground to mid-on. Kenyan Zeal, first opportunity to get his hands on the ball in this game.
Wales 36 for 1 at the end of the 10th over. Mind the gazebo, Sally. No names, no pactol, but somebody's just walked into the gazebo. For those of you back in Penarth with gazebos, just keep them away from Sally Doherty if she's around. She's laughing. It's okay. So are we. It's all good.
We feel safe mentioning her name.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, because she's laughing. Yeah. I can. I made sure she was laughing first of all.
McWade on that line and length again, and well defended by Paul Keneally.
And Judith just whispered in my ear, the fines committee need to know about that.
Is that a big thing for the Welsh side? The Zimbabwean side talk about it all the time, as well as we see a big flay through the covers, but no bat on ball there.
No
McWade thinking he was in with a chance.
Paul started playing a few more shots in the last couple of overs. You get the sense that he's thinking about this run right now, trying to push it ahead. And again, big flash outside the off stump, and again he misses through to the keeper.
I think with the movement that McWade gets, he almost cuts off the space for the batsman. You can see he's trying to play inside out there, thinking he's got more space to hit the ball, and it just seems to seam back.
Probably coming at him, a sort of middle and leg line, I would have thought. Hitting the pitch, swinging and cutting away, and so not easy for a batsman. And again, I think that's hit the keeper, isn't it?
That's umpire there indicating that it hit some bats.
Yeah.
Conrad Bass, a fantastic umpire in the Cape region.
So, have all the umpires for this tournament come from this region, Nick, have they?
Yeah, as far as I understand it, the meet and greet, they said they've all come from the Western Cape Cricket Board, and then Boyland. Some of the games were played out in the Boyland, Stellenbosch area. So it's a good opportunity for the umpires here to develop and grow as well, get some international experience at the Veterans Leagues.
And these umpires generally will umpire what, club cricket on a Saturday?
Yeah, club cricket and provincial cricket.
It's a good shot, but only one. No, it's gone through the fielder. It's very unfortunate, and it's gone for 4.
And a very rare error there from Mark van Staden, one of the top fielders in the Zimbabwean side. You can see the look of dismay on his face. Slightly shocked there. Went down to do the long barrier, the old school long barrier. The ball just broke through his hands.
Seemed to bobble a little bit, I think, before it hit him, didn't it? In his defence. 4 very welcome runs to Paul Keneally. It takes Wales on to 40 now for 1 after 11 overs.
Everyone's a friendly bowler until someone misfields.
Right, indeed.
Their grumpier side, Raj Naik on that in line just outside off stump. Big front foot.
And as a fielder, it's a horrible feeling for 3 or 4 overs, and often until you can field the ball again. You feel you've let the side down, you've let yourself down, and not a nice feeling.
Nobody misfields on purpose, that's
exactly,
for sure.
Exactly.
So this one's worked through mid-wicket, and Parham throws his body at it, but it gets past him, and it's that man, Van Staden, will trot in and just underarm it to the bowler, covering that square leg boundary.
Adrian Webber gets off the mark.
It's the first milestone as a batter.
Indeed. Indeed. Talking about horrible feelings, misfielding is a horrible fielding. But getting a duck is 1,000 times worse. So they tell me.
More of a bowler yourself than a batsman?
More of a commentator, really.
Oh, possibly never made a duck and only got the big runs.
If only that were
Never-
true.
never
If only
experienced
that
the
were
duck.
true. If only that were true. You can't get away from it these days. We have a thing called play cricket at home in the UK, and it captures every innings you've got. And it also has this horrible column for ducks. Why? What is it?
Some great fielding there by Kenyan Zeal at mid-on, and direct hit, but an even better single there by Keneally. Just pushed it to mid-on and set off straight away.
Quite happy with them to record all my scores, but why humiliate me for posterity? Why do it?
I'm not sure why they use an award for the most ducks, and it's a stat that all commentators know as we see it goes to short mid-wicket.
I think they should be, and I think it should be really nice, and it should be like Caribbean holidays or whatever. So although you feel horrible for getting a duck and everything, at least you say, well, okay, it's in a good cause. That'll be a nice thing for me at the back end of it. That would be a far more humane way of just dealing with cricket, really, in general. That's
Works
in
it
the air.
away,
Yeah.
straight to palm at
Straight
mid-wicket.
to mid-wicket.
No, it was Adrian.
Webber out caught.
Oh,
Caught for one.
1 of 4 there. You could just see his head falling over while playing that shot.
Yeah.
Almost losing his balance, and that's just because of that shape that Raj
Yeah.
gets.
Yeah.
And the breeze starting to pick up, almost coming at an angle behind the bowler from right to left as you look at your screen. So just drifting that ball out with the spin.
It's actually quite strong, isn't it? It's at our backs and we can feel it. Very aware of the fact that there's a breeze blowing here. And as a batsman, that'll affect you as well. It'll affect your balance, it'll affect your stance, your pickup, and you're only going to be a centimetre out, and that sort of thing can happen. And if you're prone to leaning away a little bit more, a breeze like this will just help you on your way that much more again. Brings Michael Cann to the crease. Michael Cann, who finished his first-class career with 6 or 7 seasons playing here in South Africa.
Oh, fantastic. What a good place to play your cricket.
I think he had thoroughly enjoyed his time here. Started off with Glamorgan, started coming here in his winters, ended up at Griqualand.
Bit of exciting play happening on the paddle courts to our left there.
Is that what it is? It's a multi-sport complex, this, isn't it, Nick?
It's my
Lots of different
first time
sports.
here as
Is
well,
it?
but I'm
Right,
very
okay.
impressed with everything that they're offering.
Good setup, isn't it?
Dog park and running trails.
3 cricket squares here, I think. And there's certainly a game going on in the cricket square next to us. We can't see it, but we can hear it.
Couple big appeals earlier.
Yeah, yeah. Hockey is played here. Tennis is played here. Paddleboard played here.
There's squash courts,
Right, yeah,
bowls green,
yeah.
a pub.
Lots of sports. Pub, is that a sport, is it?
So
I'll have to try that one out later. Sorry, Mum.
Depends who you're asking. Great
Big
shot
hit
over the
from Keneally.
covers.
It's out to deep extra, but shot from the field. It's not going to go. And I think they'll just amble 2 there.
Fun started covering a lot of meters to get around there.
Keneally starting to up his scoring rate now.
Yeah, and smart player, nothing too aggressive, just finding the spaces.
Yeah, pushing once.
one, and then a misfield turns into a 2, or if he pushes it far of the fielder, left or right, then they'll look to come through for 2. So
Brings the left-handed cannon onto strike.
oh, this is a captain killer left-right combination.
Yeah, horrible.
The best way to frustrate the captain is a lot of singles, make him change, get the fielders tired.
Michael started off this tournament with 100, big 100, unbeaten big 100 against the USA A team on Monday. A couple of 20s since then. He'll be hoping to get improve on that today.
Wade continues over the wicket to the lefty.
Oh, and the first ball is crashed back with a point for a boundary from Michael Cann. Lovely shot first up. Of course, completely different setup now for the bowler and for the field ball into a left-hander. And what was cutting away and swinging away from the right-hander is swinging in to the left-hander. Oh, and he's bowled him.
Bowled him through the
bowled
gate. McWade almost embarrassed.
Oh, but isn't that lovely? Michael Cann's gone up and shaking the bowler's hand. Isn't that lovely to see?
McWade showing what's happened there with the ball. And, if he had bowled that to a right-hander, it would have been clipped off his pads probably for 4
And I think
down
Canny
to 5
knows
left.
he's been done good and proper there and acknowledged it. What a lovely moment that was. Well, I mean, lovely from a spirit of cricket perspective, not so great for Michael Cann.
Yeah, I was going to say,
No, I
you
was
might
gonna
go
say,
down in the fine book after comments like that.
Might not be
so.
that happy. Still lovely to see, even at a moment of disappointment, such sportsmanship on a cricket field.
What a cricket delivery, but what a delivery there from McWade. First one slightly wide to the left-hander, all of a sudden got his bearings on target. And, looked like a little bit of movement off the pitch there as well.
Yes.
Just cutting the batsman between bat and pad
Yeah.
and castling that middle stump. What a beautiful sound for any bowler.
That'll be a huge disappointment for Wales, and I think Zimbabwe will know what a significant wicket that is for them to take. As he's shown already in this tournament, perfectly capable of batting the innings and racking up big runs. So that's a very, very important wicket for Zimbabwe there.
Now that is the end of the 13th. Wales 49 for 3. What seemed like a good start for the Welsh side, losing a couple wickets early on now. Means they're going to have to build an innings now with the middle order. Have the middle order had much chance and opportunities to bat in this tournament?
John's got a 20 in a quick 17 yesterday. He got out to a wonder catch just as he was starting to thump the ball around the place. Tony Smith came in yesterday and scampered 25-30 runs at the end to take us over the winning line. Rest of the side, we've not seen much of them with the bat so far. They can all bat, but we've not seen much of them. Certainly three of the batsmen that Wales would have been relying on heavily are all back in the pavilion. Keneally now realising there's a lot on his shoulders, and maybe that last wicket there would have changed his mindset a little bit.
It's like you read my mind. That was going to be my next question. He's been going a bit aggressively.
Yeah.
As we see one driven down the ground straight to Walton. He picks it up quickly, decides to hold onto it. No one backing up. He's worried about his shoulder as well. I saw some strapping on it this morning. Maybe trying to show the captain he can still bowl later. Everyone wants to be in the action in this Zimbabwean side. So, as you mentioned, Keneally now probably going to have to change his mindset and game plan. Started showing signs of aggression, but now they've lost 2 extra wickets, and really just going to have to maybe rein his shot selection in, noodle it around, get a couple singles, build a partnership, and then look to unload later on.
Wales passed 50 with that last single.
Thank you, Judith.
Reasonably happy with that. 50, 13 and a half overs. They won't be happy with the 3 wickets that they've lost.
Yeah, I think the 3 wickets is the big concern for
Yeah.
the Welsh side
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 boys in now whose natural inclinations are to give the ball a bit of a biff, but they know with over 30 overs remaining that they might have to be a little circumspect for a while.
Works their way
Nicely
with the
turned
leg.
off his legs by John, but no run. Fielder's there at backward square.
Now man at 45 there neatly picks it up, and that's the end of the 14th one. Left until the first drinks break. And it looks like both these bowlers are just going to bowl through.
And why not? At 50 for 3, why change it?
It is something we've seen quite a lot of in this over-60s tournament, the bowlers bowling through. Some saying because if they stop bowling, they might get stiff and tight and start seizing up.
Absolutely.
So they just asked the captain to continue bowling while things are going good. And I've only seen great fielding positions and bowling selections and changes from Greg McDonald. Really wise captain from Zimbabwe. Warrior targets again.
Out to cover region. They'll take a single.
Our batsman looked like he was trying to go straighter down the ground
Yeah.
there into the vacant areas, but a bit of a leaning edge there through the covers, but a single nonetheless. And more of that is what Wales need. They can just work at maybe 3 or 4 singles for the next couple of overs.
Next 10, 15 overs, 3 or 4 and over in ones, no risks, and suddenly the innings is close to being back on track again, isn't it?
Batsman field in on the wicket as well. What has been lovely for the Zimbabwean players is about 5 of them with their wives that have come to support, so they have their little fan base that travels with them, cheers them on.
And likewise the Welsh team, five or six of the wives here as well
Fantastic.
with our boys. It's great.
First
Wide, that's
extra.
the first wide we've seen in quite a while, isn't it?
Absolutely. We think the same house. So
Yeah.
it's just about to mention that as well. It's what wickets can do. It just brings your line and length in, make it tighter, and then just as you start looking for it again, you push one wide. Spare down quicker from McWade.
This is 8th over now, isn't it? 1 for 31 his figures so far. The vital wicket of Michael Cann, that one wicket that he's taken. John Jones over extra cover. Is it going to carry for 4? I don't think so. It's going to be pulled up just inside the rope, and they'll take a comfortable 2. Some very big runs, a couple of big knocks, hard-hitting knocks at the World Cup in Chennai last year to John Jones. Wales will be hoping for more of the same from him today.
I'm sure it's a very different climate to one that was faced in Chennai.
Well, yes and no. I mean, for us, it's warm. It's, you know, that's the first thing, that the moment we start travelling towards the equator and beyond it, we feel the heat, because it's
With a gilet on.
well, you have to dress appropriately for it, you know. So I've got a hat and a gilet, but I have worn some short sleeve. Oh, John helps out around the corner, well fielded.
It goes straight to Raj Naik.
But it was certainly more humid in Chennai, probably a little bit warmer most of the time we were there.
We were blessed with a scorch over day on Tuesday in this tournament.
It was very hot, and Monday as well was very hot. 2 very hot days to start off with.
After a long over, Conrad Base calls drinks, and the first 15 overs, you would feel Zimbabwe come out feeling they are on top at the moment. Wales 55 for 3 after 15. We'll be back with you shortly after this drinks break. Welcome back to the Willie Wilson Oval here at the Western Province Cricket Ground. As we see the resumption of play after the short drinks break. Rajnaik to continue. That one's just jabbed into short cover. Peter Sands Thomas will pick it up. You can see in front of us Andy Walton warming up. Driven again through. Walton moves swiftly to his left.
Good stop.
Diving effort.
Another single to Paul Keneally. I'm going to make my excuses early here, Nick. It's a bit of a squeak in my voice, okay? Every now and again. Something like that a bit. It's hay fever, okay? Get my excuses in early. So for those of you at home, if you're offended at all with the occasional squeak in my voice, blame the conditions. I'm unused to the pollen in the trees in South Africa. My system's not reacting well to it at all.
So it wasn't the last cup of tea you had last night?
Not the last cup of tea I had last night, no. I like this rooibos stuff that you drink over here. Oh, I think if John had left that, it would have been called a wide.
He
As
timed
it
it
was.
really well, but
Timed it
straight.
beautifully, straight to short fine leg. And on the 45 there.
Say half a metre either way. And he'd
Oh,
be
it
picking
was,
that
it
up
would have
over
been
the
4, yeah.
boundary.
And if he just left it be, he probably would have got a wide. It was down the leg side. That's outside the off, much fuller. John thought about it and just pulled back a little bit,
Bit of
didn't he?
flight there though from
Yeah,
Raj,
there
making the
was.
batsman just
Yes, there
raise his
was.
eyelids. It's a bit easier when you're wearing a cap though.
Oof. John followed that. Lucky not to get a feather into the keeper's gloves. Good over 56 for 3 at the end of it. As we said, it's a period of consolidation for Wales here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both.
If they can just go 3 or 4
Yeah.
singles and over, and then the occasional boundary, get themselves in front of this game.
Yeah, I think they'll, as we were saying a few minutes ago, losing those 3 early wickets, they'll really want to consolidate here. Happy for the next 10 overs or so to go along at 3 or 4 and over, get themselves past the 100 with wickets in hand, and then try and capitalise on it in the last 15-20 overs.
And I've seen that from Zimbabwe, barring yesterday against America. They've taken quite long to start, but they set good foundations. I think it was 31 and 33 in the first 2 games of the first 10 overs. So start slowly, but look to open up later on after setting a good foundation.
So McWade comes in to start what will be his final over, his 9th, 45 over competition this. So the theory is 5 bowlers bowling 9 overs each.
McWade having a wonderful game yesterday, scoring 100 off 70 odd deliveries. Getting a chance to bowl as well.
Keneally takes that from outside off stump, I think. Puts it into the mid-wicket area and they scamper a single.
Can't question McWade's fitness, being a decathlete.
I can't even say decathlete. Just saying it puts me out of breath. 10 different sports. Always remember Daley Thompson. Way back when. Probably way before you were born, Nick.
I was born in 91,
Way before you were born, Nick.
but the history books show Daley Thompson.
Yeah, back in the 70s and 80s was Daley Thompson, and to do this decathlon, and of course the whole of Britain was riveted because he was at the time, he was probably the only guy that we had that was any good at all, and always, you know, he was there or thereabouts for the gold medal. And over 2-3 days he'd do all of these different disciplines. McQuaid into Keneally. Keneally, oh, that's a well hit. Don't think it's going to make the boundary. No, great diving stop right on the extra cover boundary there.
I think
Was
he's
that
been
Zeal?
forgiven. No, that's
No, apologies.
Van Staden there, the man who
Staden.
misfielded on the boundary earlier and went
There
for
we
4.
go. He'll feel better now, won't he? He'll feel
Absolutely.
better now.
I think he was always going to dive for that one, making sure the team saw the effort.
Good. Good.
You see some worrying clouds rolling in here over the
It
mountains.
has got a
to our
little
right.
bit dark here in the last 10 minutes, hasn't it? Seen a bit of blue sky way to our left, but to our right, grey nasty stuff. Where would we be as cricketers without talking about the weather? Back to Daley Thompson, yeah, so he did do all these different disciplines, and you know, just wow, shot putting and hurdling, and you know, one discipline, and then he'd finish off with a 1500 metres. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! After 2-3 days of intense competition, then you finish off with that, and having to run against the clock with every second counting in terms of points and placements and everything.
I always wonder about the order that they do the pentathlon and decathlon in, and that's the end of Rory McWade's spell. They're 1 for 37 in his 9. A fantastic effort by the opening bowler.
Very good spell. Very good spell. I'm assuming that Raj is going to finish his spell off as well. Is he? There's a lot of chat going on out there.
Yeah, he's
think.
at his mark already.
He's at his mark.
Raj.
He'll be bowling. Whatever it is they're discussing, it's not who the bowler's going to be.
Looks like he's just chatting there to Kenyan Zeal, maybe asking how the body's feeling. Andy Walton, yeah, warming up in front of us.
Going through his paces, practicing his run up and his action.
Moves it probably twice as much as McWade through the air. So,
Okay. So we're very aware of the runs that he scored so far in this tournament. What's his bowling returns been like?
Went for a bit in the first game, 50 odd
Yeah.
for no wickets. Second game took 2 or 3. Yesterday also got a couple.
Pushed a backward point, but they don't take a run.
I think yesterday he picked up 3 or 4 in the end
Right.
before the rain. So
Right.
really just found his radar. I was spraying it a bit on Monday, left and right, and with the seam and the swing from the hand.
He's certainly put his hand up as an early candidate to be player of the tournament, I think, isn't he?
Absolutely. And Zimbabwe will hope that he gets the opportunity to bat. He generally is the anchor of the innings, but also the quickest strike rate, or biggest strike rate. So he anchors the innings and moves the run
He's
rate
got
along quite quickly.
Quite a cricket pedigree, hasn't he?
He most certainly does. Played first grade cricket in Australia up until the age of 52. Played for Kent in the UK for a couple seasons.
Oh, that's a thick edge. It's gone down to the third man boundary, and he's picked it up just inside the boundary. They'll take 2.
He had the privilege of facing Shane Warne once in the UK.
Wow.
It only lasted 4 deliveries.
Okay.
As the story goes, he picked the leggy on the first ball.
Picked the leggy.
Second, he says he has to start the story strong, so
Yeah.
he picked
Picked
the
the
leggy.
leggy.
Then got a leg, cut it. I think he cut it, timed it so well, but straight to cover fielder. As he says, half a metre either way, probably would have gone to the boundary.
Yeah.
The second delivery was another leggy. The third ball was a googly, and he said, I've picked Shane Warne, and the fourth ball, the flipper came from underneath the hand and landed straight on his toe, and he put his bat under his arm and said, thanks.
That'll do. That'll do.
And walked off. So quite fantastic that we get to commentate on someone that's faced the late great Shane Warne,
Yeah.
and to hear stories of that. He said the flipper just came and was flighted, and he just thought, geez, I can hit this, and it just dropped right onto his foot at the last minute. As we all know how well that flipper can be bowled, and that
shuttle
one
on the deck.
kept low again. Hit in
Shuttle
that
on the
same
deck.
spot.
Same spot again, isn't it? It seems to be on or around the off stump on a good length, and that's the third ball we've seen doing that now, almost grubbing along the ground.
That's the end of Raja's spell there.
Very
2 for
good spell.
25 in his 9. Fantastic
Very
by the
good
2
spell.
openers.
Very, very good spell. So I'd say after 18 over, Zimbabwe very much in the driving seat here. Wales having to consolidate. Talking about world famous spinners, quite a world famous spinner. Some people remember a gentleman called Albert Padmore, off spinner, who played a couple of games for the West Indies back in the 70s.
Also before I was born.
Also before you were born, yeah. See, what I'm going to do now, Nick, is I'm going to tell all these stories about things before you were born. So you'll sit there in wonderment and you won't know that they're complete fabrications. Because you weren't there, you won't know.
Judith will tell us, she's kept us honest.
That's
in
true.
this game.
That's true. If I get a kick, if I win suddenly, you'll know that Judith has caught me out. He didn't exist. He didn't. I'm going to play it down. He played a couple of tests for the West Indies. He was an off spinner. And by the time he was proing up in Scotland, I think he was past his best days. And we were playing in a touring game up there, and he dropped the ball short. I hit him off the ground. He said, "Oh no, Albert, don't bowl the cane ball." And a couple of overs later, same thing happens, out of the ground. Albert, not the cane ball. So, fair enough. And I think the third time it happened, it's the cane ball again. I sort of went up to him and I said, Albert, what is the cane ball? He said, I pitch it halfway down, you hit it in the sugarcane field. Not quite lovely man, but not quite in the Shane Warne bracket as a player. Lovely man, no.
Waltz did also mention he went down to the West Indies and played a match or two there, also facing some of the great West Indian bowlers. I don't want to say the wrong name and
You're right, go on.
But it was one of the big West Indian bowlers, and also cracked him one. I think he hit him for 4, and then the next ball he said he's just smelt it going past his nose.
You shouldn't have done that, mate.
His team were bowled out for 72.
Yeah.
Waltz did make 19. He said it's not a proud 19. I said you've made a quarter of the score. You can be proud of it. So.
There was a chap, Michael Cann and I grew up together at the same club in Cardiff. Ooh, that swung all over the place. It's gone up, but it's fallen short, and they're going to take a single. Bizarre piece of cricket.
One thing at this age, the ABS brakes don't work as sharply.
Wow. I mean, that swung 2 ways. I think it did pull all ends up. He sort of scooped it up. Shab at mid-on came sprinting in and just went sprinting straight past the ball. They ended up taking a single.
After bowling 9 overs, McWade still has the legs to move that quickly.
Yeah. Leg side-ish. Well run, Paul Keneally. They'll take a swift leg break there. Yeah, Michael Cann and I grew up playing for Cardiff Cricket Club, which is in Cardiff, strangely enough. Bit of a giveaway there in the name.
I wasn't ever going to guess that.
No.
Swansea.
No. I feel I need to explain this. Cardiff Cricket Club is in Cardiff. It's only about 40 miles from Swansea,
Only
but
because I'm so young, and all your other stories have been from the 70s and 80s.
I know. There's another one coming from the 70s and 80s. Don't you worry. Actually, that's unfair to Michael. It was probably in the early 80s. This one was, and at the time, Cardiff used to share a ground with Glamorgan, Sophia Gardens, which is now been redeveloped into the Test match ground. But Cardiff Cricket Club would play there with Glamorgan, so we'd, as youngsters, be very lucky. We'd sort of go along, and some of the Glamorgan players would be there, and we'd just be happy to go and gather the balls. And I think one day one of the chaps there said, "Look, a couple of the boys are here. They fancy having a ball. Do you fancy having a bat?" So I'd love to. What a privilege it was. And who was there but a chap called Ezra Mosley? Played a few tests of the West Indies. Was quite sharp. And I was 17 or 18. I was not, no youngster. And I went into bat, and he said, "Boys, you might want to think about wearing a helmet." I said, "No, I've never worn a helmet. I'll be fine." Anyway, one ball later, I was wearing a helmet. Put it that way.
Did you have your own, or did you have to ask someone?
I think I asked somebody else to one. I thought, well, what do I do here? Do I walk away after one ball, pride not intact, or do I try and face up? But I didn't need the helmet. He just cleaned me out about half a dozen times in a row. So
too scared to get on that front foot after being warned to wear a helmet.
Or just unable to see the ball at 90 miles an hour.
See a change in the bowling. Yeah, Mark Van Staden coming on from Table Mountain end.
Oh, and again, that's kept low, isn't it? Same spot again, kept low again. Quite an obvious spot there on the track.
Ball's wicket to wicket, does Van Staden. Every now and again gets the ball to move away. It's not as easy as everyone thinks to shape the ball. That's a massive question by the keeper. But
bowler's not interested.
No,
it's always
on
indicative, isn't it? Always an indicator. If the bowler doesn't go up, even as an umpire, you're very aware of that.
It's definitely the most verbal I've heard McDonald. So he's obviously worried about this Welsh batting lineup, looking to take some wickets.
I think his feeling is he's got Wales on the rack now, and another wicket at this stage. What he doesn't want is to see these two consolidating, as we were saying, for 10, 15 overs and getting past the 100 and setting themselves up to accelerate as the innings goes on. So he's very conscious. Take another wicket now, can be a huge blow to Welsh hopes. Jump is that very left. That's a lovely shot. Crosses the boundary, back with a point. 4 runs to John Jones, 4 runs to Wales.
Very smartly played there. No real big flourish of the bat, almost guarding it down in that backward point region, but
just
timed
waited
so well.
and waited and waited for it. Very late. I suspect it was behind him by the time he played it, and then just deftly brought the bat down, slowly, softly brought the bat down onto the ball, caressed it behind backward point for 4. Lovely shot from John Jones.
And this turning into a good over here for Wales. 6 off, it was 2 to come. Dot ball here to mid-on.
Yeah.
But this is what you were saying that they need to do just to get that run rate
Absolutely.
up to 4, 4.5 again. Driven through the covers. It's going to be picked up by a Rambo McWade.
Yes, take the one.
Look at that arm.
That's been the best over for Wales for quite a while. No.
Yeah, the last big over coming in the 15th. There were 5 runs between the 14th and 15th. So,
And it's been 1s and 2s and maidens and since then, hasn't it really? A couple of 3s, but
some pressure.
big, much
pressure
needed
building
over there.
bowling.
Yeah, 7 runs from that over for Wales.
Isn't it always the thing in cricket when you change the bowlers? It can go 2 ways. Either they can get even tighter, stranglehold you, or you feel as a batting pair, okay, this is the pair we need to take on. Waltz on the money there, just driven to McWade at mid-on. Keeper standing up for Walton.
Ooh,
It's
and he's
flicked off the legs.
flicked off. Just
Shugs
out of the
there.
reach of the guy at mid-wicket, goes for 4.
Lawson there,
Shot from-
Lawler, Sean Lawler, Shug, nicknamed Sugar. Looked at the last minute, he thought, so maybe I'm in with the chance here, let me just stick up my left paw. But, still nowhere near it, and well timed again by the batsman. John Jones moves swiftly onto 15.
Missed out there, he'll get called a wide, but I think John would have fancied putting that one a long way away that time. They'll take the wide.
A couple more boundaries to the leg side.
Again, leg side-ish. Again, John tried to turn it away.
If he keeps erring on this line, they're certainly going to have to put a leg side fielder back.
Indeed, they are.
Bowling, Andy.
That's a better line. That's a much better line.
As we hear the booming voice of Sanjay Patel getting closer and closer to the commentator's box. A voice for radio, Mr. Patel. Graham Smith claiming those wickets for his walk around, but what he didn't know is I was watching him and he had a comfortable seat there for a while. Oh, it would finally be in proportion to the rest of my body then. It's a much better
Andy,
line.
bowling.
John Jones thought about that, but
Baseball stance like
Yep.
the end from Jones.
controlled his desires.
Nick has my man giving you a nickname. Been out.
Just like the rest of the Zimbabweans, now I found my own nickname.
Oh, insults flying everywhere here.
Zimbabwe is a team full of nicknames. And every time you ask them where you get the nickname from, you get a different story. But the majority of them coming from their school days. So a lot of these guys went to school together as well.
So anyone you for a minute here, Nick.
Good morning.
Ask him nicely to sing you a song.
Seems to be a Welsh thing to be able to sing in
Don't
public.
ask me nicely.
Part of the course.
Absolutely. They just
Nice
played
touch.
nicely into the covers. It's going to be picked up by backward point. Peter, what do you think of the starts here from the Welshmen?
I think Zimbabwe bowled exceptionally well. Pretty straight. Haven't given us a lot to play with. But seem to be on a nice road to recovery here at the moment. So John has played a couple of lovely shots in the last couple of overs, sped to the boundary. And Paul seems to be working really hard at his game as well. So
See, they just
Hopefully.
defended into the covers.
hopefully a nice recovery underway.
Yeah, and we did speak about it, how these two need to build the partnership. 3 big wickets gone early on in the Welsh innings.
Yeah.
And Keneally just had to rein his shot selection in.
Yes, yeah.
And has done so brilliantly. Maybe the calm head of Jones is having. They seem to have good discussions between the overs.
Yeah.
They obviously setting each other goals, maybe 3 or 4 singles and over, and then the odd boundary.
Both have played a lot of seniors cricket in their time. John in particular is captain Wales 50s. I think over 100 caps, I think, for 50s. And Paul is an ex-50s captain as well, so they both know the game. And
Absolutely.
hopefully understand the situation.
Good to have 2 captains out there. They can bounce ideas
Yeah,
off. And I'm
absolutely.
sure they've been in situations like this
Yeah,
over their illustrious cricket careers.
yeah, very much so.
That one wide and cut, but great fielding by Peter Sands Thomas. A run-out opportunity on the keeper's end.
Great stop. Great stop.
Sands Thomas in the covers, deflecting it straight back to the bowler. And you saw it going all a bit exciting there. Van Staden chucked it at the wickets, hit the stumps, but batsman was back in time, and the Welsh batsman will breathe a sigh of relief. Now is not the time to lose a wicket as they build this partnership.
Most definitely.
That's the end of the 22nd. Wales 78 for 3. Peter, how have you enjoyed being in South Africa this week and the games that have you guys have participated in?
I think being at this ground has been a highlight for me so far. It's fantastic. It's been a great tournament, really well organised, and just great to add it to my cricket and CV experience, if you know what I mean. Oh, wonderful! This is a pleasure to be here and just feel a little bit blessed to be playing here. To be honest, in such a
It's my first time at this cricket ground as well, and what a sight it was. I think when everyone walked in, everyone pulled out their phones straight away and was taking pictures of the picturesque mountain in the background, and the outfield looks great. End of the season for the clubs here in South Africa, so to maintain their fields and pitches for so long, they've done a great job.
The whole complex is something different, isn't it? Let's be honest. That shot there, John has played as one of his favourite shots. To be honest, just behind square there.
Flicked it off his legs and it goes down to the boundary. Walt's just struggling to find his radar this morning. Usually bowls on one side of the wicket. That's why they've got the 6-3 field for him. No field is out on the leg side. But today just erring a bit on those pads. Maybe looking to hit the pads, get an LBW or bold. Needs to just show patience, does the veteran. And how fantastic veterans cricket is around the world and growing so quickly.
I've been fortunate in the last 3-4 years to have been to 2 World Cups. The inaugural World Cup at Sunshine Coast, Brisbane. Fantastic experience. And then last year we were in Chennai. So about a year ago now, in actual fact, which was a very different experience. I've got to be honest, interesting culture and tough matches. And the wickets were extremely batsman friendly. But it was a great experience.
That one cracked through mid wickets, and that's going to race away to the boundary. Slightly short, the ball keeping low, but John Jones rocks onto the back foot and smashes it for 4. A couple boundaries coming in this over, possibly Wales targeting Walton. to up their run rate.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, you've gone to 2 World Cups. It's lovely the quick turnaround. Every 2 years, the veterans having a World Cup next year at Toronto.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting.
Possibly the same time as the Soccer World Cup as well, which is also hosted in that area. America, Mexico and Canada will be hosting some games. So we see one now hit through the covers and trot through for 2. 10 off this over, massive over for the Welsh side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Canada, what the wickets are like in Canada, you know.
Yeah, interesting place to go for a World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Canada.
I'm sure they must have put a good package together to have won it, you know. I'm not sure who the other countries were involved who actually bid for it, but Canada will be different.
Yeah, certainly will. A different experience to that of Australia. We know cricket mad country.
That's right.
India, you certainly
Crazy.
would have seen the craze that they have for their
Yeah.
cricket and the different cultures that you would experience in India than possibly in Wales and even us here in South Africa.
Yeah, that's right.
And then heading over to Canada. Yeah, it will be interesting. What types of pitches will they use? Those drop-in pitches? Have they been? What type of fields you'll get? Will it be batter friendly or low-scoring games? It's all up in the air at the moment, so it will be an interesting place
It will, yeah.
to it to for all the sides, and I'm sure everyone's excited to make that final selection as we see one whipped over and a possibility of a catch
Drop
there
catch,
for
drop catch.
Palm, but he puts it down, diving to his left.
I'd be disappointed to drop that, I would have thought. Nice height.
Yeah, comfortable height for him.
Yeah.
Didn't come too quickly off the bat either. Possibly could have just taken 2 or 3 steps to his left and bucketed it, but this time palms it. That would have been a massive breakthrough for Zimbabwe. This partnership building nicely now. 41 runs, 42 after that single through the covers to the deep extra cover fielder. Did the captain set any targets for the batsmen? Is there a score that they want, that the Welsh players want to reach, or they just, do you guys bat towards smaller milestones?
I think
during
at the
innings?
moment we'd probably be happy to go with 200. You know, it was difficult to see or to judge how the wicket was going to play when we got here, particularly with there being a little bit of rain. But Mike Cann, who's been out there, just said to me that he thought if we got 200 we'd be in the game, so that would be our target at the moment, hopefully.
Not an easy track to bat on after the rain we had last night.
No,
Had one wide outside off stump and
got away with that a bit.
bit of a cut shot there, but straight to the fielder, missed time by the batsman. One thing Zimbabwe do is get through their overs really quickly. It feels like we just had the drinks break, but that's already 8.5 overs ago. Late cut
Played
there.
that beautifully.
Smart.
Well, that's a smart shot, isn't it?
Smartly played there. Soft hands and
Yeah.
races away to the boundary. Some piece of willow in his hand. Great timing there.
It's 2 he's put down there now, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's this change of bowling after the opening pair bowled so well, really just relieving the pressure for the Welsh side through some smart batting and maybe bowling that's not quite hitting the target, and that's why we're going to see a change in bowling here. It's going to be the speedster Peter Sands Thomas,
Oh, okay.
probably the quickest bowler in the Zimbabwean side.
Okay. It's unusual from my observations on seniors cricket and what the way I've played it over the last 7 or 8 years. Is unusual to see a side with 3 seamers or 4 seamers. Normally it's spin orientated, you know. I know the left arm are open from this end, but I think he was pushing it through rather than trying to turn it, you know.
Correct.
So it's probably just a different set of circumstances to what we faced.
Yeah, they have
previously.
played a few spinners in the tournament, so today probably the lineup with the most, if you could say, like seam bowlers.
Do
Some
you
of
think that
them
might be because of, you know, we had a little bit of rain overnight and whatever?
possibly,
Yeah.
possibly respect to the Welsh side, knowing how good your batting lineup was, and maybe trying to do something different than allow you guys just to face the slower tweakers or turners, as they're known. Sans Thomas likes to bowl with a bit of aggression, gets it through nicely. Sometimes can be a bit wayward though, and
Often the
obviously-
case with fast bowlers, isn't it? Yeah.
often the case, and can just relieve some more pressure here for the Welsh side. But the captain obviously bringing him on to do a job, possibly break the partnership here. It's been a good partnership. Paul Keneally, 35 of 64, patience. There,
Straight into him.
compliment the batsman and he'll show you. And that's the Keneally we saw in the beginning of the innings. He then reined his shot selection in, but maybe getting a bit frustrated now. Looks like someone that likes to get his strike rate up.
Certainly if the ball is in Paul's area, Paul's arc, then he likes to play a straight drive, you know what I mean, as you've probably seen from some of the shots. He's
there's been
probably been a little bit unlucky early on in one or two that he played, which went to hand. Which John was really unlucky yesterday. He got up to an absolute screamer of a catch, having started his innings like a dream. He had 3-4s which went spank into the boundary, and then he clipped one behind square and a guy pulled off for an amazing catch.
a bit of a worldie.
It was, you know. And at that point we were really struggling, to be honest, so I think we showed a lot of character to win our game yesterday.
Yeah, I was following while we were playing in Stellenbosch. You see, they're just coming through the offside.
Big follow through.
And we were following on the scorecard because Zimbabwe obviously just trying to see who they might play in the future games, especially on Monday. At one stage it looked like you guys might go down there to the Kudus, and then
We were in trouble.
some miraculous batting and a good partnership is seen there towards the end. And we see a great shot.
Wow.
Smashed just over the umpire. Conrad Bass doing his best to get out the way. And the fielder moving around smartly to save the boundary. And then, yeah, there seemed to be a big partnership. I think you guys were 125 for 5.
Yeah.
6-wicket partnership, doing a great job there.
Yeah, it got us over the line. We were really, really happy with that, to be honest.
Just a fielding change here, bringing in a fine leg. Got a third man hovering, looks just to be just outside the ring here. It's the fines master, GPS. Making sure he gets into the ring just as the ball is bowled. It's played backward of point. Waltz moves swiftly to his left and shuts off that single idea. That's the end of the 25th. 97 for 3. Wales trying to accelerate this innings. This partnership now up to 48. They've built the foundations. Possibly looking to keep going till the 30th over, but then maybe after the drinks break look to open it up. Another change in bowling here. Tom Rudd.
Interesting.
So Van Staden there just got a short spell, 3 overs for Van Staden. From this side travelled for a bit of runs, and I think Greg McDonald realising if we can just strangle some runs here against the Welsh, put them under pressure, they might lose some wickets while trying to go big later
Trying
on.
to push the rate up, yeah.
guys are looking to get to that 200 total that you mentioned, 20 overs to get that 100 runs, you'd back your batsman to do that.
I think so. So keeping wickets in hand is
That
is
would be
crucial at the
tricky,
moment, isn't it?
absolutely.
I think what you said there, the 30 over mark is a good little marker, I think. Whoop. Unusual, John missed out on that.
Just his first sighter, but I'm sure now he knows what he's going to get. He
That's
might-
one of his go-to shots, I'll be honest.
Sometimes when the bowler bowls those deliveries, you just tell yourself, I don't want to go out to this.
Yeah.
That one quicker through
turn.
the air and a bit of turn off
Bit
the
of turn, I
pitch.
think.
Quick turn off the wicket.
Yeah.
See the co-commentator, you sitting right behind the bowler's arm, indicating good 30 centimeters there.
Yeah, arm
That's-
bounce.
That's what Rudd can offer. So often I've seen him, he just lobs that first one up almost to entice the batsman into the next delivery, then gets a lot of wrist work onto the second delivery and cuts one back into him. He can be really economical if he keeps landing it in these areas.
Yeah,
A little bit more flight there.
Well, good run.
Straight away the eyes went like saucers. See there, a little laugh with the bowler saying, could have hit you there maybe. Missed one.
Guessing they'll target mid-on, I would have thought. There's one there, isn't there? Playing with the spin. And he's drifted that across.
That's the special one, the straight on.
Yeah.
As a spinner, you only have to turn one early on in your
Absolutely.
spell, and the batsman thinks
4
about it
inches.
the rest of the time. Drifting down the leg side, paddled to mid wicket, but no run there. And that's the end of a smart over here by Tom Rudd. Just one off it. Good bowling change again by McDonald rather. Greg McDonald. Look at him indicating how far that ball spun.
Well, we got 5 spinners in our side, so we won't be too unhappy with that either.
Oh, I'm not sure the Zimbabweans will like to hear that, but hopefully they just down as spinners but don't really turn the ball.
As you said, only one you need to know.
Only
All
one.
of a sudden
and,
the mind starts working all the
correct.
time.
The bowler just moving long off around, but get him a bit closer. Trying to make the gap over his head more narrow. Short third man comes into the ring. Goes down to that vacant area behind the bowler's arm. John O'Lane moves around to his left to collect it, just rolls it in as if he's playing bowls to our left.
50 partnership.
That's the 50-run partnership coming up.
Judith.
Thank you to our fantastic scorer, Judith. Runs and 99 on the board for Wales. And that flick down the leg side, they were hoping would get to them to the
Misfield.
100, and there it is, the misfield from Rudd, and 100 up here for the Welsh bats inside. 100 for 3 after 26.2. So Judith leads the round of applause. The pavilion catch on to it.
A ripple.
Judith keeping everyone honest, you, not just us commentators.
Bold. One there, one there, one there. Yeah.
partnership really seems to be draining the Zimbabwean fielders. Not as much talking out there, not moving as quickly between the overs.
Oof.
Played smartly and later GPS after it.
Turn and run, turn and run, turn and run.
Gary Pentland Smith. He'll just bowl it into the keeper, maybe showing the captain that he too can turn his arm over. Always got to give your captain those signs when you're out
Absolutely.
in the field.
How many bowlers have they used throughout the tournament? This is the top 6 here now.
They shuffle their bowlers all the time. We haven't had the same opening pair in any
Okay.
bowling innings yet. Because that one's missed
It's not going to run.
by
is it?
McDonald. It
It's
looks
not
like it
gonna run.
might hold up here
It's
before
not
the
gonna run.
boundary.
Johnny,
A big run coming in from GPS. And he
good relay work.
gets it into Walton and holds on to the ball. Probably use about 6 or 7 per game, I'd say Zimbabwe,
Okay.
but it's never the same 6 or 7.
All right.
So and they bowl in different orders. So sometimes they'll open, come back in the middle overs, or some of them just come on in the death and bowl. Kev Shadwell came on the other day in the 38th over and took 4 wickets for 17 runs.
Nice.
And that's straight to short cover, and out of nowhere almost, Paul Keneally loses his wicket. Well applauded by the Zimbabwean fielders for a good batting performance there by Keneally, but definitely not what Wales wanted with 3 overs before the drinks break.
Walton, was it? Called it.
Yeah, it's Andy Walton with the catch there in short cover. Sam Thomas with the breakthrough. Just what the captain would have asked for.
Just as Wales were getting on top a little bit.
Yeah, you'd feel like they were
Yeah.
certainly getting into a
Very good
dominant
partnership.
position. 57-run partnership.
Yeah.
All would be disappointed with that, as he told me yesterday that he's been getting 30s and he wants to push on, and when he's in, he's been seeing the ball really well and hitting it well.
So a couple of starts, but not kicking on.
Yeah. But he grafted well there, didn't he? Fair play.
Certainly a 39 or 70 delivery. So
Yeah. Very unlike Paul in into that, I must say.
but much needed from the Welsh
Yeah,
batsmen.
from the side.
They were under a bit of pressure early on there, and had to change his game plan, go against his natural instincts. Every now and again, though, we saw a flurry of shots, and then
Yeah.
realising needs to rein it in. Poor run to continue from our end. It's a great cut shot, but straight to the fielder, Sean Lawler. Field on the square leg boundary, as this one's worked to short fine leg. They've got a sweeper out in the covers. Just the 2 men out at the moment. Allowed to have 4 out, but trying to keep the pressure with fielders in the ring. Not allow those easy singles. As the game has gone on, the fielders have planted themselves just further and further on the inner ring. I do see, it looks like Andy Walton here to our right at long on. He was hiding here and blocked by the sight screen, so they've got the 3 out. Good bowling Yeah, but right before the drinks break, just trying to keep the pressure.
Wide.
Massive turn there from about off stump line, and that's going down the leg side. That will be in the mind of the new batsman now.
It's better.
Just a tidy push there. 2 points, but no run. That one's flighted up his head down the ground, and Kenyan Zeal gets his body in the way.
Good. Needed to stop that, didn't he?
Excellent fielding. Tony Smith will feel like he missed out there.
Definitely something there. Outside off stump, I thought. Bit of turn.
Tidy finisher. I'm sure your bowlers, you get back and you inform all the spinners of the turn that's happening.
Just helping.
Everyone keeps telling me that you need to sing me a song. So obviously one of the talented vocalists in the side. Look forward to some of those later when we have a cup of tea after the game.
Yeah.
Change in the field. Yeah, they've got a deep square leg, a long on, a long off.
Taking the ring a bit now, haven't they? With the new batsman coming in.
This is how they started the game. It's really tight. Oh, a bit of bounce there from Bong.
Bit of zip.
It's the first time we've seen some bounce on this end. He's quite a tall bowler.
Yeah.
He's Peter Sands Thomas, so utilising that height, gets nicely over that front foot. This time pitching it up, asking the batsman to drive the ball, but Tony Smith up to the task. Forward defence into the short cover region. Straying down the leg side. McDonald fumbles it, and they're going to get through for an extra run and that wide. You can see Sands Thomas disappointed.
Yeah. Let him off the hook a bit there, isn't he? New batsman.
Was just building up the pressure against Smith there. Seems like a wicket, maybe because of the rain last night. It's not easy to just get a start, so you need to build the foundations. So you want to keep the new batsman on strike as long as possible, make life difficult for him.
Yep.
It's a good shot straight to the fielder though. Down the leg side and missed by the keeper again.
So 4 runs without doing anything there. It's over.
And still 3 legal deliveries left in this over.
That's right.
So it's all of a sudden becoming a long over for Sands Thomas. Spoke about how wayward the quick bowlers can be sometimes. better nut, and he's worked the way to the leg side. One-handed pick up by Rudd. Slow to the top of his mark is Sands Thomas.
Yeah, puts a lot into his action, doesn't he? In all fairness to him. He's
All
quite
legs
front
and
on
arms and
yeah, he is. Yeah, you know, full of energy, isn't he?
I think maybe the longevity of the tournament and the quick turnaround between games get into him. He's usually a lot quicker to the top of his mark.
I would imagine
maybe
he'll get to a lot of players. To be honest, it's a tough schedule.
It's absolutely. 6 games in 8 days.
Well bowled. Oh, there we are, showing up there. I think he's down that.
Wasn't sure if that was just straight into the ground, or if it was a genuine opportunity. It looks like, according to the bowler, it could have been a
2 runs on it.
genuine opportunity. And usually a very good fielder. He's missed a couple in the covers today, and now one off his own bowling. But causing problems when on line.
In and out. Difficult to take a catch when you're following through, particularly somebody with, you know, his energy in his action. But he will be disappointed because he got down there, didn't he? You know.
Yeah, and if you're going to bend all the way down there, it's such a height, you best grab it. This now the last over before the second drinks break, and how quickly we've got through these 15. Tom Rudd will look for another breakthrough. This time he floats it up wide, and Sands Thomas misses another one in the covers. Kenyan Zeal moves to his left, and just a single there. That one's a lot straighter from Tom Rudd, and just played back to the bowler.
Just pulled another man into the ring.
I think they're just trying to create pressure and not allow them to get a couple singles. Plays down the ground straight to Kenyan Zeal at mid-off. I think as a batsman, it's probably the worst time to bat the over before drinks, because all you're telling yourself is don't get out, so you have a negative mindset. I mean, you can miss some boundary hitting opportunities in these occasions. See there, just trying to hit the ball maybe too hard, catching the inside half of the bat.
Technique a little bit.
Cricket's a funny game. You can time it with soft hands or race to the boundary. As soon as you try hit it hard, you lose your shape. And that one's going to find the boundary. I'm sure it's racing across the grass. Well played through extra cover region. That's the 120 up for Wales, 120 for 4 after 29.5 overs. Just a solitary delivery left before the drinks break. That one's wide, it turns back though, beats the umpire's line, and that's going to be drinks here. Wales 120 for 4. Mr. Doyle, it's been fantastic having you here in the commentary box, and we hope you'll join us later in the day. And hopefully you get some time out in the middle.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy. Thank you. We'll be back with you guys shortly after this break.
Speak to you later.
Welcome back to the final power play here at the
Took it out about 10 minutes.
Wally Wilson
Chads, have you got, as long as you've got in there?
Oval at Western Province Cricket Club. Wales fighting back beautifully in that second part of the game. Now 120 for 4, just losing the 1 wicket.
Finally poised, Nick, isn't it? It's you get the sense that Wales have clawed their way back into this game and into this innings. 15 overs to go. They'll be looking to really accelerate now. 6 and over, that gets them past the 200, and I think that's probably the target they'll be looking to get past.
See St. Thomas
Well
work
run,
to the
well
leg
run.
side, yeah. Short fine leg, but still a single. Yeah, it certainly doesn't look as easy to bat on as we might have predicted before the game. The surface looked fairly even and very hard. Couple spots though that keep low.
And I think it was so wet first thing this morning. Very, very difficult to read it, isn't it? But as you said, those spots are there, and as it's dried out, actually the effect has become more pronounced. Ball's still moving a lot though. But then it's very humid, isn't it?
The groundsman did say the pitch gets better to bat on as the day goes on, but at the moment it's not really looking the case. You have to work hard for your runs, and John Jones has done that. Now
So
gets to
always-
40, 41 of 65 deliveries.
Always difficult at the end of the season, isn't it? Because the wickets are so worn, so tight. They've been rolled so much. They've had so much sun on them. Very, very difficult to produce a lively, true wicket at this stage of the season. That's over the top. Over the top. It's gone to the backward point, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
They'll take a comfortable 2 there, 2 to Tony Smith.
Do Wales go after it now, or do you think they wait until the 35th over, then the last 10 really decide to put their foot on the pedal?
I think they've started now, haven't they? They've started.
That was a rash
Yeah.
shot from what we've seen previously.
That was one of the most attacking shots of the innings so
Yeah,
far.
'cause I didn't.
And again, Tony Smith has gone big. It's not going to carry it. It seemed to check when it hit the ground, didn't it? They'll pick up another 2. Okay, but I think those last 2 balls from Tony Smith may be answering your question, Nick. Yeah.
I think I should have just waited one more delivery before asking what seemingly is a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
So it was 1 dot, was it?
Ian,
Oh, what a
Ian,
single
die,
that
die,
is.
Ian. Ian, die, die, Ian.
Just opened up the face there and went to the point fielder, but the soft hands allowed him to get through, and that's the end of the 31st over. 126 for 4. Wales on the move, looking to play more aggressive cricket here.
7 runs off that over, and Wales will be looking almost as a minimum from the last 14 now. 7 and over, add another 100, 225, well in the game with that. So the boys, 175 plus, they have a chance. 200, they feel very comfortable. And 225, Wales would probably be favourites, Nick.
Yeah, and 2 totally different bowling lineups, so it's difficult to say what Zimbabwe would be able to chase facing. You mentioned 5 or 6 spinners, and Zimbabwe themselves only having the 2 in the side.
And I mean, Raj was very effective for his 9 overs, wasn't he? And Rudd is getting huge amounts of turn out there. You saw me when I was watching just now. My arms couldn't go much further. It's almost as if I'd been out fishing or something. How big was that fish? It was huge, That's how much Rudd's been turning it.
Players might have mistaken you for an umpire given a wide at one stage there. But that ball just played down to a long off. Kenyan Zeal just whips it underhanded back to the bowler. I feel like if Zimbabwe can just go back to normal characteristics in the field. Get through their overs quickly, quick changes between the ends. Just try apply the pressure onto the Welsh batsmen.
Yeah.
Almost feel like they're running out of time. Might bring in a rash
John's
shot.
pull that away. Is it going to the boundary? Deep backward square? No, I think the fielder's, he's made great ground to pull.
Tony's
Take that off. I'll pick up 2 for it.
Tony was already back to his end before John has started.
I mean, you were touching on with Pete earlier about the schedule. It's tough, you know. This is 4 games in 5 days. It's in this heat for 6-year-old bodies. It's a big ask. It's a big ask.
Small squads.
Very small squads.
Key to try to keep everyone happy in the squad as well. Give everyone a game while still trying to get to the final, the first and second playoff spots.
But we've had a couple of injuries already. Everyone's played at least a couple of games now, so you almost feel that you could do another player or 2, just in order to give some of these boys a bit of a break.
Absolutely, and I've heard you've got your kit and
Ready
when
raring
called
to
upon.
go, raring to go. But apologies again. Could be ruled out for serious. That's low.
That's a lot
trouble.
straighter. Shotgun
No,
Harrison
he
though,
did.
keeping
That,
the hand in the pocket.
he got a little bit forward to John Jones, didn't he? I thought it might have been close.
Is the one that we spoke about. If that straight one keeps low,
Exactly. Which he's been doing increasingly as this innings has been going on.
floats that one up. It's
Nicely
driven
played
down
from
the
Mr.
ground
Smith.
for a single at the end of the over. Looking for 2 almost.
So, Nick, I'm going to hand you over to my boyhood friend, Mr. Michael Cann. Going to have a quick chat with you.
That's the end of the 32nd, 132 for 4.
Hi there, Nick. How are you doing?
Well, and yourself, did you enjoy your short time out there in the middle?
Well, yeah, it didn't take long, to be honest. But I'm pleased to say that I think every now and again in your cricketing life, a bowler gets the better of you, and he was a beaut. It was a beaut.
Yeah, it was certainly a beautiful delivery. He cracked one away for 4, and he just brought one back through the gate. But what was really great to see was the camaraderie and the sportsmanship afterwards. You both went up to each other, bit of a fist pump and a handshake, and just acknowledging the good cricket.
It was a beaut. It was a beaut. And you think at 60s level, you think maybe you don't see that, but actually you do see some high quality cricket, and there's been some very high quality cricket here. I think from both sides, John Jones has played really well. He must be a runner ball, I would have thought.
No, 44 from 66.
44 from 66, not quite a runner ball, but he's built momentum, and I don't think this is a sort of wicket where you get 260, 270. There's a little bit there, I think, for both spinners and seamers.
Yeah, we were just speaking about that myself and Peter Doyle, as well as you, Owen, and that the Welsh side are just looking to get around about that 200 mark and then apply the pressure with their spinners. See one driven straight back past the bowler, trying to get fingertips onto the stumps there. It happened in the game the other day.
It happened when I was batting. I clipped one back and poor old Adrian Webber got caught and stranded.
It's happened to Wales. It happened to Zimbabwe. We
Did it?
the other day against the Kudus.
Against the Kudus.
And got one.
So was the yesterday. Maybe these Kudus are quite good at getting a finger on. You'd think a kudu would be more about the horns, but no, not these kudus.
Well,
All about the finger.
The Zimbabweans enjoyed some good biltong, beating the Impalas and the Kudus.
Gee, I tell you what, that didn't have to hang for long, did it? And that has to be a wide, is it? No, he wasn't a wide.
I think Conrad Bass used to be a bowler in his days. He's very lenient on
I
the
thought he
wides
just had
outside off
his
stump.
arms are a bit stiff, to be honest, early doors. I thought he just maybe was counting something in his pocket there. Maybe he had a few round. He was just wanted to keep checking on, and he couldn't get the arms out.
I can certainly see why you, Owen, allowed you to come sit here next to me and commentate. Just keeping me honest and on my toes. So you see one played back towards Peter Sands Thomas. Just fields it off his own bowling.
But I've got to tell you, Nick, the feedback from Wales this morning from your commentary has been superb. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And everyone back home, it's beautiful day here in Cape Town. We're just under Table Mountain. You can't believe the view. It's a bit like Dowlice in the middle of June, to be honest. For those of you who know Dowlice Mountain, where the steelworks used to be, similar sort of view, to be honest.
Are you claiming you have mountain ranges? As you see, one whipped over to the mid-wicket boundary, but well fielded just for us. A single. Are you claiming that you guys have got mountains in Wales as stunning as Table Mountain? Cause
No,
that's a big statement.
Well, it depends on your perspective and which side of the mountain you're on. Certainly, Wyddfa is now ranked amongst the most beautiful mountains in the world, not to mention the South Wales valleys, which have been regenerated in recent years and now very beautiful.
See Sans Thomas there, a lot straighter and good keeping.
And that's just nibbled a bit again, Nick, hasn't it? There's still a little bit there, still a little bit there,
Certainly seems to be the side you want to bowl your seam bowlers from, and your spinners from this end.
Yeah. Yes.
That ball keeping low on the far side, and a lot of turn. Tom Rudd was really getting some work off the wickets with the ball. Big question asked here by bowler and keeper.
That one seemed to nip back the other way and hit him fairly high with a good stretch in it. So I think fairly good decision there.
They always say if the bowler doesn't know which way it's going, the batsman definitely doesn't have a chance.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But a special shout out, if I may, between overs, because next week is Walking Through the Valleys for young cricketers, and that's 13 clubs from the South Wales valleys, walking 4 days, about 40 miles, finishing at Sophia Gardens, the home of cricket, on the Sunday, where the 13 clubs will go. We'll end up there, and Glamorgan have been incredibly supportive by allowing us to come onto the ground on the last day. So do everybody have a look on the Facebook site, Walk in the Valleys for Young Cricketers, and look at some donations you can give to any of the clubs taking part. So that was the commercial break.
I hope they're taking you to the World Cup, because you could get a lot of sponsorships for the Welsh side. So we see the batsman just dance down the track there and forward defensive.
So Nick, I have a question which maybe we'll just pick up at the end of the over. You have a Patel out there with a number 0 on his back, and I was quite surprised to see that. Well, maybe he's not playing today, but he's certainly in the squad.
Yeah, Sanjay Patel, he's not a player. He also has a voice for commentary and radio, big booming voice. I'm pretty sure he could talk from the pavilion and we'd hear him very clearly. Yeah.
Good.
I always try to get him into the comm box, but he says no one wants to listen to him talk nonsense.
I think people enjoy a bit of nonsense as long as it's not overbaked.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than overbaked nonsense. With plenty of those sort of people back in Wales. And it's good that Hugh Owen's taking a bit of a rest, because he can bake some nonsense, that guy.
I think he's keeping it. He's keeping it all for when you guys are in the field. Then I look forward to him leading us in some good banter about the players and the bowlers.
Well, there'll be plenty of that, I'm sure.
Rudd tosses one out wide outside, hoping for that to spin back. The batsman looks at Shotgun Harrison, looking for.
Shotgun has been. He hasn't taken any bullets out so far, I don't think, has he? But I believe he's got some cartridges in his belt there.
Yeah, known for his quick decisions, whether it's out or not out, he makes his decision quickly. As that one just passes the off stump.
Yeah, that's pretty well bowled there.
A ruler's length of turn indicated by co-commentator Hugh Owen. His football skills coming out.
Yeah. I often find that mobility slowly declines through a 45 over game in the 60s, and it's quite tough, when you're playing 4 games in 5 days. But back to Sanjay Patel then, he has 0 on his back. I mean, how can you have 0 on your back? What was he thinking when he elected to take that? It's not even a number. It's a 0.
I must actually find out, because I was quite surprised as well when I found out facts about the team and so on before the tournament. He said to me, my shirt number will either be 00 or 0, depending which one they decide to print for me.
Maybe they just run out of zeros when they put the 0 on in that case.
Not sure why he's chosen the 0, but he often strolls around the field.
It's 138 for 4. That's a good foundation to push from to get that sort of target of 200 to 220 perhaps.
11 overs to go.
11 overs to help, maybe 5, 6, 7 and over as we accelerate into the last 11 overs. This is a vital period. For Wales, this is a vital period in the whole competition actually.
Currently 1 and 2 playing each other. That hits the pads, but it's just a leg side and a good call through there for the Flamingo. We can see the famous leg bar coming out.
There it goes. Not easy to stand on one leg as you get older, I've got to tell you. I was trying it the other day and I was a bit wobbly.
Just floated that ball up there, did Sands Thomas. Trying to entice the drive into the covers. It was just mishit.
Interestingly, Nick, the wind has started, the breeze has started to pick up in the last 10 or 15 minutes, and I wonder if that's going to bring some more overcast conditions, which may make it slightly more comfortable for the Welsh team in the second half.
Makes it feel more like home. Lovely cut shot there, well fielded by Walton. Diving effort, stops it with the right hand.
Yeah, good bit of cricket from Walton there. What a player, what a cricketer he is.
He'll certainly be looked to trouble the scores with the big total today. He's been in good form so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's been nice in our hotel because the Zimbabwe team have been there. You know, we've seen them at breakfast most days. They've always been very supportive, wishing us luck every day. Clearly, they wanted us to beat the South Africans, which.
But a bounce there, hitting the gloves.
Did get him on the glove there. Did get him on the glove.
So the Zimbabwean over-60s veteran side has, I feel, a couple of raindrops, I think, hitting me here at the back. Have a proud record against the South African sides, having never lost to them, so they're 5 from 5.
Well, it's
any
good
South
to hear, and
African
let's hope that continues, but not against Wales. Mahin braaf, Hugh Owen, Mahin braaf, Mahin buru glau. Buru glau glau, Wintog a buru glau.
That's played too long on. And that wind you were speaking of, there was a big prediction of rain yesterday when you looked on the weather apps, 90%. It did drop a bit, but they said anything after 12 we can expect rain. So
Today already?
today, yeah.
Wow.
So any of this wind might bring those clouds.
Interesting.
Hopefully it pushes the dark clouds away and brings the.
That's a good shot.
That's a
classy shot. He's so strong off
Really
the back foot,
troubles.
Jones. That's racing through the colours for 4. What a beautiful shot from the man from the screen. And that's his 50. He'll be delighted with that, as is the whole of the Welsh contingent.
51 or 74 deliveries there.
73 balls.
Apologies, thank you, Judith. 51 of 72 deleries.
A little bit embarrassing sitting between these two, Judith, having to correct Nick Clegg there.
Your name and surname being
Yeah.
thoroughly exposed, yeah. It's not the first time she's correcting me, it's probably about the 6th.
Well,
So
you'd expect that from the,
going at 1 every 6 overs, I get corrected.
So there's been a bit of bovine skittering going on this last 5 or 6 minutes, but the good news is Wales are pressing on. If you're Welsh, that's good news, of course. If you're from Harare or Bulawayo, maybe you're thinking differently. Maybe you're thinking, we can chase anything. So, and if you're from the Carp, the Laka Carp, you could be thinking, well, what does this mean for the rest of the competition?
And a change in bowling here, Gary Pentland-Smith, the fines master of the Zimbabwean side, nicknamed GPS, getting his first time, GPS for his initials, Gary Pentland-Smith.
And he's very bravely chosen number 13.
Getting his first opportunity to have an impact in this tournament. He's been on the field before but didn't get a chance to bat or bowl in that game.
Looks like he's got something in his pocket there. It looks like a big wad of rands. He's obviously been collecting a lot of fines as you've gone through this week. That's could potentially affect his bowling action, or do you think maybe not?
Well, we're going to see, because I'm not even sure what he's going to produce here for us.
He's produced something slow.
But
John
it's
Jones
been-
has swept that.
Actually, he faced that.
Raj Snake tidies it up with the boot first into the hands.
There's been quite a bit of football played this week on these fields amongst the over-60s. You know, one guy got hit in the ankle, but you know, some of the pride doesn't allow you to show any pain.
Maybe the Zimbabweans are just hearing you about the amount of spinners you've had and the surprise that they haven't bowled more and bringing in GPS here to try to do something.
Could well be GPS. Yeah, the wind is definitely coming up. In fact, we've nearly lost the gazebo. And on that note, Nick, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm gonna have to get away. It's been a pleasure, and I wish you luck. And
Thank you.
you know, let's hope you're insured.
GPS floats it outside off stump. Bonk with the great save.
Good, John.
Scuttles through for a single, but the distance he's run past the stumps, he could have got back for 3 there. John Jones, looks like he might have done himself a bit of a mischief here.
Get these Cardiff boys together, Nick, you're in all sorts of trouble, see. $148, 9.5 overs to go. 200 still on for Wales, I think.
Absolutely.
Be the minimum target for them. Try and push on beyond that as much as they possibly can. They've done well to bring this back to this situation, I think, from where they were.
I think so, yes, and I think in this situation they might even try to get closer to that 220 mark. That one's driven straight to the short cover fielder. GPS enjoying his time with the ball in hand here.
Ooh.
It's a straight one, that big appeal.
I think that might just have been turning down leg. Which is why John Jones was given the benefit of the doubt by Shotgun Harrison there.
No doubt in my mind here.
The two previous commentators, Doyle and Can, walking past.
The spinners walking past together, and Spinners Union there supporting the spinner out there. 2 fingers up in the air straight away.
Against their Welsh mates.
They don't care, they're spinners. They're spinners before they're part of this team. They're spinners. Can't trust them. Can't trust them. Spinners Union there in action.
Change of bowler on the far end. It looks like it's going to be Van Staden back into the attack. Went for a couple boundaries when he came on
Didn't
earlier.
he?
Just had 3 overs in his first spell.
Sense that the skipper is mixing it up here to try and make it a little bit harder for the Welsh boys to work out a consistent game plan.
Yeah, the Impala scored 262 against them on the first day, but didn't seem to have to work so hard as the captain that day in the field placings. And
Right.
the wicket just played fair and true, so he backed his side to get to those runs.
Yeah, yeah. Not quite so easy today, I don't think. Which is why Wales won't be desperately unhappy with the situation they find themselves in here.
It's much better from Van Staden early on in his second spell, straight on the money. Bonk appreciating the bowling change, seen as he was taken off. Driven, but there's a fielder out there, deep extra cover.
Just the single. 150 up for Wales in the 37th over. What's John Jones going to do here? Is he going to start really opening his shoulders now?
And the
Oh, he's
big
gone.
noise there.
He's gone.
Great catch by the keeper. Bowling change working there for the Zimbabwean side. John Jones edges it after a fantastic 52 runs.
And getting congratulated by many of the Zimbabwean fielders again. What a lovely, lovely way this game's been played in, Nick, isn't it? You get the sense that there's a lot of respect, camaraderie and fair play going on out there today.
Absolutely, and two very proud nations in Wales and Zimbabwe, competitive to the nail, but just respect each other so much as well and enjoy the game of cricket.
It's so lovely to privileged actually to be a peripheral part of something that's played in such a lovely spirit like this. This brings Gareth Edwards to the crease for Wales.
So the bowling change working there for Zimbabwe. Captain will be happy with that decision. I heard some of the players there saying great bowling change again. Just as you mentioned, changing it up.
Changing it up, changing it round,
can't
and
get used to
exactly.
a certain style of bowling.
Different line, different length, different end. And in a situation where the batsmen know they need to get on with it and they need to chase it, he's bang on the money right from the start, and it pays dividends for him.
Makes you wonder if he will bring Walton back into the attack, the seam swing bowler to the new batsman. Try to trouble him early on, as we see one tries to just run it down to that backward point region, but Sands Thomas quickly pounces on the ball. Good run into the mid-wicket area, and this is going to be important period for Wales, just to keep looking for those singles and twos. If they're not able to hit those boundary deliveries, you'd think they can just absorb some pressure here with the new batsman till the 40th over. As we see Tony Smith now 18 of 30 odd deliveries. The end of the 37th, 8 overs to go, 49 runs for this Welsh side to get to that 200 target that they're hoping to reach.
Big blow, I think, about last over for Zimbabwe. I mean, John Jones would have been the one man who could have taken Wales well past that 200 target. We saw a few flashes of what John can do. Didn't really see it consistently, but he could have in these last sort of 8 overs or so. It caused a lot of damage to the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was the right time to take a wicket.
Good wicket for Zimbabwe, as you say, exactly at the right time. Quick
nudge.
single into short cover. Very well taken by the Welsh batsmen. Another single to Edwards.
Smart play, just trying to get the in batsman on strike. Give Tony Smith, as we've mentioned numerous times, it's not easy to get in on this track.
No.
See the sweep shot there to short fine leg.
Again, they take another well taken single.
It's definitely something that they must have discussed between the overs now, just trying to rotate the strike.
If we can't go big and hit boundaries, at least let's try and take as many singles as we possibly can.
It's a good ball, and lovely shot over the
Good
top,
hit.
but straight to the fielder. Yeah, they're going to look for two, but Kenyan
Nope,
Zeal cuts it
nope.
off with some
Well
smart
fielded.
fielding here right in front of us.
And again, for youngsters watching, when your coaches say attack the ball, that's exactly what happened. You couldn't see that, but Kenyan Zeal must have made 25-30 yards towards the ball very quickly in a situation where two could have been taken, but he absolutely cut that possibility off from the way he attacked the ball. This is out to deep extra cover, and it's a comfortable two this time. Again, the amount of attacking the ball would have made any difference at all to the outcome there.
Yeah, split the fielders on the boundary there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well
That's what they
placed
need
shot.
to try to do there to get those
Yeah.
twos. It's
Oh,
floats
he's
it up.
bowled him.
Batsman
bowled
came
him.
down the track and
Yeah.
GPS.
GPS
On
found
target.
the tracker. He found the tracker, didn't he?
Quickest way to get a wicket is to bowl it straight and
Navigated
GPS.
the route to the stumps, I think we'll say.
Look at him, a big hug to the
Yeah.
captain. Thank you for letting me bowl skip. Repaid you your faith in me taking a wicket there.
Another important wicket. Tony
very important,
Smith was
the
going
in-batsman
along
there.
nicely. Pushing ones and twos.
So in the previous two games that Zimbabwe have played, their bowling really came into the forefront in the latter overs, where just as you thought the opposition side might try to take them on, they just kept taking wickets at the right time. So the opposition weren't able to kick on and post the big scores that they were setting themselves up for.
And we've seen the two set batsmen in the last two overs going out, and you know, we all know that can make a huge difference at this stage of an innings.
Of 36 balls with no boundaries.
Paul Murphy is the new batsman. Paul played a lot of his early cricket in Barry, on the south east Wales coast. Now plays at Usk, about 30 or so miles up the Wye Valley. Gorgeous, gorgeous ground is Usk.
Another straight one there. What a wicket can do to for a part-time bowler. All of a sudden, look how excited he is. Thanks the umpire.
The umpire didn't have to do a thing. Just watch the ball at the stumps. Very, very kind of him to thank the umpire. I don't know what he thanked him for. Not calling him for a no ball, maybe. No, well bowled, well bowled.
That slow ball through the air and just getting the ball above the batsman's eye line. Maybe just enticing him to play the big shot there, thinking this is one of those I can get away for a boundary.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, GPS quite vocal in the field, making sure he's in the right fielding places with the captain. And there, that's the man you can hear. Gary Pentland Smith lives here in Cape Town, runs a bed and breakfast.
Oof,
Oh, that squares
turned
the
him square.
batsman up.
He looked to play that to the leg side. It ended up coming off, I think, a leading edge down to short third man. I'll take a single. Momentum definitely swung back to Zimbabwe over the last couple of overs.
It's what makes cricket such a beautiful game. 2 wickets now, and all of a sudden that 200 is looking a lot further than
Oh
it
yes.
was. They can get to 180, 190 now.
180 plus now, I think, would be the revised target for Wales.
That's good cricket there.
Cricket
Lovely
from Paul
ball,
Murphy.
but pushed nicely into the mid wicket and
No.
looking for 2, but
think they were late in starting off. They weren't sure if the guy at mid-wicket was going to cut that off or not, which stopped them taking off straight away. I think if they'd gone straight away, they might have been fine for the two there.
That's what's so important. Even if you think you're not going to get to it as a fielder, you know, you need to show the emphasis.
Show willing, because you can put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. It's nicely clipped off his legs by Gareth Edwards, sorry, and they will come back for two this time.
Palm doing the fielding on the boundary, the opening batsman.
Yeah.
He'll be thinking now about his role with the bat. What he can do. Scored a beautiful 100 yesterday. 68 or 63 on day one. Almost squares him up there again.
Talking about thinking about rolls, I'm starting to think about lunch and some rolls and sort of thing, you know. Not that I'm hungry, not that I'm complaining, but I'm starving.
That one driven down the ground, but is the fielder there. The field placing by the captain has been really good, but a great running there by the Welsh batsman.
Yep. Good two for Gareth Edwards.
Understanding who the fielder was, knew he wasn't going to whip it in over the stumps, and took on the arm.
And don't get me wrong, Nick, it's great coming abroad. Starton's in, Edwards, they think of the one, don't take it. Lovely coming abroad, but there's absolutely no point asking for people to make you cakes and bring them on the ground here, is there? When they're 2,000 miles away, absolutely no point whatsoever. But the thought is there, you know, if anybody is at home in the glorious South Wales valleys thinking of baking a cake today, just send us a picture. A picture would do, wouldn't it?
Oh,
what do you reckon, Nick?
I don't know. I think it might make you more hungry the way you're talking. Yeah,
I'm beyond.
Might do you an injustice.
I'm beyond hungry. Beyond hungry. I don't think anything else is gonna work. Some Barrett Breath. Some Barrett Breath would be lovely. Yeah, Barrett Breath, very nice. Welsh cakes, straight off the bake stove.
Never even heard of a Barrett Breath.
Barrett Breath is like a fruit cake. All sorts of different recipes, a lot of which involves sort of seeping the fruit in tea leaves for a day or two.
Oh, imagine sinking it in.
39.
Push that. Till long on. Are they thinking of two? No. They did think of two, but they then thought better of it.
I think you might have to take some of those rooibos tea bags back.
Enjoyed them.
A bit of herbal rooibos
Enjoyed a bit of that.
tea in your cake that you speak
Yeah.
of.
Oh,
That's
that's
a
a
massive
big hit, but it's straight down Walton's throat. Well taken. Well taken. Very good catch out at long on.
It's a very good catch.
Yeah.
I think it's. He thought it was going to carry a little bit further, and he had to take it quite low down.
He's hitting that into the wind, isn't he? Hitting it
That's-
into the wind, and I think the wind held it back a little bit. It was a very, very good catch, taken down by his ankles.
And we were both looking at Walton, but GPS was thanking him there with two hands up in the air.
Yeah.
We know how much he loves to say thank you, and GPS gets his second. So this bowling change by McDonald certainly proving a bit of trouble here for the Welsh side, and it's something that Zimbabwe are going to have to think of when they bat. If this slow bowling is taking the wickets,
It is indeed, isn't it?
they are going to have to face 5 or 6 frontline spinners.
Absolutely no pace on this track whatsoever. And as we've seen over the course of the week, when the batsmen are trying to force it in the air, it just stands up and says, "Catch me."
That was the first real shot over the top of aggression from
Yeah.
the Welsh batsman, but
Yeah.
they're probably still about 10 metres short of the boundary.
Yes, I think the wind, that was straight into the teeth of the wind, and it has picked up, as Mike Cann was saying earlier on, it's picked up a bit in the last 20 minutes, half hour or so, and that ball went straight into the wind. And what started off looking like this could go really long, ended up being taken 10, 15 metres inside the boundary at his ankles by Andy Walton. Well, 7 wickets down now. This brings Kevin Bowen to the wicket. Kevin plays for the St Ishmael's club down in Pembrokeshire.
Peter Doyle's going to have to pad up soon.
Yeah, number 9 batsman now in. Kevin watches it carefully. I'm assuming that we'll have Chris Hudson and Peter Doyle to come, I think. Judith agrees with me.
A rarity rather than her correcting you.
Well, yeah.
Agreeing with you.
Probably happy just to say
I actually would
yes.
have liked if she said no and
Well,
someone else seen as I've been corrected.
Because that's what we're used to, isn't it? We're used to getting it wrong.
I see
But
why you
thank
took-
goodness she's here. That's
Yeah,
all I can
no,
say.
We are very pleased to have her, yeah.
Thank goodness she's here.
Maybe she can say a couple of words in the Welsh innings. Get her here in the com box.
Ooh.
Oh, Greg McDonald's vocal behind the stumps. there.
Adamant there. Adamant, wasn't he? Looks it
Floats
up
it up.
again.
Gary looks to the heavens. All
Good
of a
over his
sudden,
ball, well, isn't he?
Looking
He's bowled
tidy at
well.
2 for 11 after 3.
Yeah, very good. It has actually changed the course of the game, hasn't it? This bowling change. Yeah, I think much more 180 than 200 now. Wales will be looking for.
Yeah, they've just struggled almost to hit the ball off the square.
Yeah.
Even with the speed of Van Staden from the far side, he's been much better in his second spell.
Ball not really coming onto the bat at all, making it very, very difficult to score. And when you bowl wicket to wicket on a track like this, where the run's going to come from?
He's just making me nervous, more and more nervous every time.
I got to. Got no other choice in life, have I?
I'm adopted Zimbabwean for the week.
I know.
I've been very proud of how the team have played. You see a shot there, but straight back to the bowler, just not timing the ball well, and that's because of those wickets being taken at the death here by the Zimbabwean fielders.
And
and
Kev's a
bowlers.
very effective hitter in the right circumstances, but he'll be classical stick or twist here, isn't it? That's right down to long off. Fielded for 1 run.
So is that the stick or the twist when he plays those shots?
That's a sort of, not quite sure what he's done there. Certainly not a stick. Is it a twist?
Sounds like a hula then.
I think he's a new deck of cards altogether there.
Starting driven through the covers, but smart field placing means it's only going to be a single out there to Walton.
Murphy moves on to 3.
And I think what's vital at this stage for the Zimbabwean bowlers is to bowl to the field that the captain has set
Exactly.
and that they've agreed
Exactly.
to. So he's opened up that cover region, saying he needs to pitch it outside off stump. It goes.
Oh, he's just put it past the fielder at extra cover. They'll get 1, just 1. The sweeper out on the boundary picks it up, underarms it in, just a single to Kevin Bowen.
Reads the game well, does Walton, attacks the ball early when it comes off the bat,
absolutely.
understands it's coming in his
Absolutely.
direction. He could easily just be sitting on his heels there and allow it to.
Ooh,
That one is cracked through the
got
extra
hold
cover
of that.
region.
I think that's going for 4.
Walton stands
indeed.
still this time, doesn't even
That's
chase
the
it.
first boundary for quite a while for the Welsh team as well. I suspect it's probably John Jones hit the last one, and John's been out for a fair while now, hasn't he?
Yeah, a bit of aggression there from
Yeah.
Paul Murphy. And all of a sudden a good over because of the 3 singles
Yeah.
in the beginning. So
7 off it. Wales will be very happy with that return. More changes in the field now.
And that's what a boundary can do at this late stage when you.
Indeed.
It obviously means the Zimbabwean side also understanding that this is not going to be a high scoring game. So
No.
trying to cut off as many runs as possible, yeah.
Exactly.
We could be in for another tight finish. Zimbabwe being involved in a
Got
few
a
of those.
feeling we might be. As of Wales. So
don't mind if you want to be Zimbabwean this week either.
Nope, been some very good cricket and some very competitive matches in this tournament so far.
It's a better line and length from Van Staden, and that will see the end of the 41st over. 171 for 7 after 41.
I think again, you know, testament to the tournament organisers for bringing 6 sides together who are all very competitive at the same sort of level, because it makes for far more exciting cricket for the teams to play in, spectators to watch, people at home to enjoy. It's a really good tournament.
Gary Pentland Smith being allowed to continue.
Being allowed is, I think he's earned the right to continue, Nick, isn't he? 2 for 11 off 3, changed the game.
Been allowed to continue since taking the wicket in the last over. As a part-time bowler, you always know if you get a wicket, you can nudge the captain and just say, so one more.
Well, he's gone at less than 4 and over. They'd take
He's
another
been
2 overs at,
fantastic.
you know, at this rate, wouldn't they? Why not bowl him?
It's always that balance though. You don't want to bowl one too
Yeah, yeah.
many. Oh, he floats it up, but
Big
it just
swing.
dips.
Well run by Murphy.
He has this knack of just the ball dipping before it gets to the batsman, so it looks like it's going to be a full toss on your hip. And it just dips and lands near your toes.
And with no pace on it at all, it's very, very difficult to hit big shots off that.
Well played through the covers. Just a single there again.
Just the one. Murphy moves on to 9. On to 8. Got in there before Judith had to correct me there. Did you notice that, Nick? How quick I was, how sharp I was. Ooh, that's
a big shot.
that's a
That
that
one, but
could be. Oh, great effort. Great effort from Andy Walton, but he didn't manage to take it this time.
he has
2
got
runs to Wales.
He has got strapping on his shoulder. He
He hurt
strapped it up
himself.
this morning, and he's looking in a
He's in a bit of
spot
pain there, I
bother,
think.
Yeah.
He's in a bit of pain.
I think he said the glasses might have hit him
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
It's not someone that Zimbabwe want to see stay down too long. He'll
No.
be crucial to this run
exactly,
chase.
exactly.
I'm sure the Welsh fans would want to see a good contest and have him
Yeah,
batting
he's
there.
hurt his eye, he has. He's indicating that he's hurt his eye. I think you're right, Nick. His glasses have hurt him. He said, I don't want to go off. They're
His
trying to
face.
encourage him to go off. He's saying, no, I'm not going off.
I'll field in with spectacles on.
Oh,
And I need to tell you a stat about Greg that he's going to hate that I'm going to bring up now after that chance. Yesterday was the first time in his keeping career he didn't have a stumping in a game.
really?
So he has a track record playing for Zimbabwe veterans, always
Yeah.
a stumping in every game, and that was an opportunity
There's
there
an
for him.
opportunity there, wasn't it?
And a third for Pentland Smith, but unfortunately that is a
Kev's got
big
hold of that.
smack of the
That's
ball.
6.
And that's gone all the way for 6.
That's gone for 6. I've told you, Kev, Bowl could hit the big ball.
He most certainly did, and I think what happened there, the fielder wasn't on the boundary rope. He was about 10 paces in.
He
And
just
that
probably
ball
wasn't expecting to see a ball go like that into the wind.
into the wind. Yeah, that's the important factor. That was
that's-
into the wind, but
It's a big hit anyway, but into the wind it's an even bigger hit. Great stuff from Kevin Bowen. They'll be singing in the streets at Tish after that one.
and that takes them into the 180s. So first
Good.
milestone met.
Good. They've got to somewhere they want to be now.
All of a sudden, 200 maybe on the cards again after a shot like that, and this time just plays it straight to short cover.
18 balls left. As you say, 200 is not out of sight now.
And this may be the over that I spoke about. Just one over too many with the
Yeah.
part-time spinner.
Well, yeah, one ball though, wasn't it? I mean, he could have taken another wicket there as well. Very unlucky that the ball didn't quite
Possibly.
carry to Walton.
And there was the stumping opportunity before
well.
the 6. So maybe I'm being a bit hard on you,
Cricket is
Gary Pentland Smith. I'm sure you'll find me for that, as you are the fines master. And seem to have a whole book of all the misdemeanors
It's
happening
a
on this
wonderful
tour.
game, though, cricket. That you can point to 3 or 4 different events in that over that could have changed the course of the game completely. And now, because he's ended up sort of nine or so runs off the over, people are going, well, should he carry on bowling? Well, maybe not. 10 runs off it, wasn't it? Apologies.
3 overs to go here, 19 runs, very plausible for the Welsh
I think
side
so.
to
I think so. 2 of them are downwind. I think that could be critical.
Van Staden just making some changes, moving a deep square leg around to a deep mid wicket.
Now then, I think Murphy will be thinking of getting a single and getting Kevin Bowen on strike now. As he's done very nicely.
Might push back here for 2.
Might come
Makes
back
the
for
fielder
2.
go to the right, but they don't know
Kev's
how
taking
strong
him
that
on.
arm
That's
is.
dangerous. That's out.
Van Staden misses the first stump in
He missed it.
and then the second time he gets it, but the batsman was in.
My apologies. My eyes completely deceived me.
That was-
I saw his hands going. Didn't realise that he'd missed the bails.
That was the decathlete that
Yeah.
burned it in from
Yeah,
the boundary there,
yeah,
straight
yeah.
over the
Yeah,
stumps. The run out was on, and that would have been a massive wicket to get Bowen out. And flick through the leg
Probably
side now
just
to
take
that
the one there.
deep mid wicket.
Gets Bowen on strike with the wind.
Imagine running Bowen out with 3 to go.
Well.
It would almost be criminal.
And rugby fans amongst us will realise when you're kicking with the wind, it makes a huge difference trying to kick into the wind. Okay, Bowen is now hitting with the wind behind him.
I've done very well not to bring up rugby in Wales in this
I didn't say a word. Did not mention the R word.
I've actually done 42.2 overs without mentioning it. Is that right, Judith? Is it 42.2? Slaps it down the ground.
What's he going to get? Just one?
Lots of
Or they're
work
going to
there
come back
for-
for 2? They'll come back for a comfortable 2.
John O'Lane moving swiftly around the boundary.
Did well to cut that off. I suspect that was within a foot or 2 of the boundary rope then. 2 more runs to Wales, 2 more
Closer
runs to Kevin Bowen.
190, yeah.
Yeah.
The last couple of runs could be very vital. Of course, cricket is a game of 2 halves, and we still need to see what Zimbabwe will do with the bat, but it hasn't seemed easy out there in the middle. And he marches down the wicket and
Going to be
slaps it
short
back.
to the man at a long off.
Rory McWade chases in and flings
does well.
his body to the right as the ball spins away
Yeah.
from him.
Takes the score under 187. With 14 balls left in the innings.
Driven down the
Murphy's hit
ground.
that. It's gone past the man. Extra cover.
Without
Into
a
that.
boundary, this over is becoming a good one here for
Still a
the
good one,
Welsh
yeah.
side. 7 off it, 1 to go.
They'll be happy with this. 7 and over. Very happy. That is 1 again. Well fielded out on the long off boundary. But a good over for Wales. 8 runs off it. As you say, Nick, without the boundary, it's still a very good over, isn't it?
Now, fantastic batting and running between
Yeah.
the wickets there from this pair.
Yeah.
12 and 16 respectively, building a little partnership here at the back end of this innings. GPS thought he was coming in for 1 more over, but the ball taken
it's
away.
gonna
It's
go
going to
away.
go to Andy Walton,
Yeah.
it looks like. Went for a couple as well in the first spell, but just looking to do something different. He's the captain after the batsman tried to go after Pentland Smith, were unsuccessful till they hit that booming 6 to mid wicket
Into the wind.
into the wind.
Really fiercely.
This also indicates that there's just 2 overs left until you get that lunch you were wondering about.
I had forgotten. about that until you mentioned it, Mr. Clegg.
And with the Welsh rugby.
Forgotten about that until you mentioned it, Mr. Clegg. Not having a good time here, am I? Be glad to get away from you for 45 minutes, I think, chaps.
Think I might come sit next
Regather my feelings. I'm in some sort of emotional state to continue with this after the interval. After the luncheon interval while I'm eating. I'm thinking about Welsh rugby. No, I won't be. Don't believe a word he's thinking.
Can send you some YouTube highlights of back in the day.
Oh, back in the day, I was going to say
Neil
YouTube highlights of
Jenkins
the
and the
last couple of
boys.
seasons. There won't be much to send me, Nick.
It's Kenya and Zeal that has to make a lot of
Oh, unlucky. That's desperately unlucky.
kicks it over the boundary.
Desperately
almost.
unlucky.
Uses his foot.
He did
stop it at
really
the
well
ball.
to get there, but I think he bobbled a little bit there just before him.
Oh, that's a crucial
gone for
four,
four.
though, in this penultimate
Gone
over.
for 4.
Wales in,
Bowen moves
into
on to
the
20.
90s.
Oh, that's drilled out here to long on, but the fielder cut it off. Are they going to come back for 2? Murphy's up for it. Kev Bowen says no.
Oh, that's and that boundary was a good one at the start of the over, already on 5 off 2.
Yeah.
Onto 194. So the batsman
200
might-
definitely on here now. Ooh, it's an interesting little shot, Murphy. Suspect that was at least splice, if not handle on that. A good swing at it, but there was a very odd sound and it behaved, took a very odd trajectory. But they scrambled a one and it gets Bowen back onto strike.
It's cracked into the covers, but straight to the
Straight
fielder. No
to the
run
fielder,
there.
no run.
It's a good comeback after going for an unfortunate boundary off
Yep.
the first delivery.
Yep. 6 runs off 4 balls this over so far. Big swing and a miss. Net result is a dot. 2 dots. Wales won't be happy with that at this stage of the innings. Let's get the sense 3 more ones. It would have looked a lot healthier, wouldn't it? 2 dots in a row now. See what he can do with this last ball of the penultimate over. And it's well bowled by
Good way
Walton.
to end it.
3 dots. Very good over.
For a mental point of view, a mental edge on this game, it would be great if Zimbabwe can restrict Wales to anything under 200.
yeah.
Just that mental.
Yeah,
step of getting-
absolutely.
having
I
to
mean,
chase 200 rather than 198 or
you sit down
199.
for lunch and you're thinking it's 201 and it feels a lot. It's 198. It feels a lot less. The difference between sort of 199 and 201 is a lot more than 2 runs in the 130s or the 230s.
And if it comes to a close game, you'll wonder about that misfield earlier on and the one now that went for 4 instead of just a single.
Well, who knows?
It's a game of
Who knows?
small margins, this.
What we do know is that Zimbabwe have bowled their overs incredibly quickly. We're going to get into lunch well short of the 3 hours, which I'm much appreciative.
Our rumour says we have to come out and let Wales bat a bit longer. Lunch isn't ready.
Fine, there'll be no commentary. Not from a Welsh perspective, anyway. I got a packet of polos in my bag. I'm going to sit over there, sulk, and eat them.
Judith and I can have a couple of words on the mic.
Yep. Win-win, isn't it? Sounds like a result. Murphy squeezes it on the leg side. He's keen to come back for 2.
Oh, that's excellent running.
Very good running. Good running. Very good running there from both the Welsh batsmen. Hit it just softly enough, although it went straight to the fielder on the deep wicket boundary. They were able to scramble 2 runs. Critical. at this
Paul
stage of the
Murphy
innings.
just looking here backward of square. Moves across the stumps and sweeps it in that
Swept it
direction.
down. I think that's another 2 runs.
Sean Lawler
That's
having
not
to
going
do
to
the
run,
work
is
here.
it? No. Comes to a
They
stop.
might even look for 3 here,
A
but
couple
the
of metres
keeper-
inside. Oh, he's
So-
looking, and they've taken 3.
Yeah, it's a very poor throw
Taken
there.
3.
Zimbabwe, for the first time in this tournament, just looking a bit tired in the field at the end of this.
And the 200 up for Wales.
5 overs.
4 balls to go. You get the sense anything from here is a bit of a bonus now for Wales. They've done really well to get up to this total. Really well.
Sudden 205, 208 on the cards. It's a big slap in the hand.
We
Dropped
almost
catch, but
saw
how
yet
tough
another.
would that have been?
But we also yet another one of those run-outs at the strikers end, non-strikers end, didn't we?
Mark van Staden was involved in it the
Was
first
he?
time for Zimbabwe as well, I believe.
Okay, 6 off the over, 3 balls to go.
Down the ground and
Good
a miss
contact,
hit.
but I think it'll only be 1 out to long on. Yes, they're walking it.
I just want to
One
get
run.
Kevin Bowen on strike here
Yes.
for the last 2.
Let's see,
If he can get them up to 210, that will be
seven
a massive.
off the over so far. Got hold of that. It's going out. No chance of the fielder. That's a 4 runs. Ooh, wide mid-on, deep mid-wickety type position. If I said nearest the furthest of 6/10, it wouldn't mean a thing to you because you can't see them. So I won't say that. Just confuse people.
But if you had to say that, that's exactly what you would say.
That's exactly what I said. There are 6/10 on that boundary, and that just narrowly missed the last one of the 6.
So as I was mentioning there before, he struck that 4 brilliantly. 210 could be
Hit
on
it
the
well,
cards, and
hit
that
it
would
well.
be really well battered at the end by the Welsh pair.
Really, really, really handy stand here.
Kevin Bowen, the first man to be ahead on his strike rate there, 26 off 20. And he goes
He's hit
downtown
that well.
again.
He's hit that well. I think they'll push for 2, but no more than that. Yeah,
there's
Murphy's
that.
there in plenty of time, but it's no more than two runs, which means that the innings finishes on 208. And I think at most stages of that innings, Wales would have been very happy with that, because it never looked as if they were going to get up to anywhere near that.
Yeah, that's certainly correct. At one stage, you possibly thought even maybe 230, then a couple of quick wickets in the middle there, and then 200 didn't look on the cards, but some smart batting at the end by this pair of Murphy and Bowen, 19 and 28 respectively, and that's the end of the first innings. Wales posting 208 for 7, Zimbabwe needing to get 209 to get their 4th win in this competition. We'll be back with you after a 45-minute lunch break. Please stay tuned. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Wally Wilson field here at Western Province Cricket Club. We have all enjoyed a delicious spread at lunchtime, but are ready to take you through the final 45 overs of what promises to be a fantastic match.
First ball, Kevin Bowen, the dot. Yes, an excellent lunch it was as well. Much anticipated, much enjoyed.
Much spoken about.
Indeed, indeed. Kevin Bowen is in.
Bat on ball early for Parham. Always nice for an opening batsman to feel bat off the ball off the willow rather.
It's down the leg side.
Gonna roll there. They have opportunity to come back for two. Parham looks, but the first single maybe instead of sprinting through, just trotted through. The urgency will be good to see from Zimbabwe, to see what mini milestones they've set themselves on way to chase this 209. If you can turn those ones into twos, certainly help the cause. Some blue skies coming from the right. So promises to be a full day of cricket at the moment.
Does indeed.
Mike van Staden gets set to face his first delivery.
Bit loose there from Bowen, bit wayward. Second wide in a row. Again, as we've said time and again, early on in all of these innings, the ball seems to swing almost uncontrollably, leading to a lot of wide balls. It's better from Bowen.
Yeah, Van Staden will be nervous yesterday going out for a duck in the second over, so he'll look to work one off his legs, I'm sure, and look for a single. And you could not have scripted that better on the legs and works it away to the mid-wicket area, but no run there.
Ooh,
Straight down the legs again.
Nicely glanced, I think that was off the bat.
Pad.
Off the pad. Yep, signalled as leg, boys. My mistake.
Hard work there for Quick, the keeper, in the number 10 jumper.
Ooh, it's another wide one. Good stop by Sticky, the keeper.
Sticky, is that a nickname for
Sticky.
Quick?
Well, it rhymes with quick. He's a wicket keeper. Sticky. It's,
So Sticky Wiki. As he punches that through the mid wicket area, and that's going to run away to the boundary, and a great way to get off the mark. A duck yesterday and off the mark with the boundary today. Mike van Staden there with that boundary.
Sticky's also the team snake hunter. Yeah, don't scoff. He hunts snakes. Goes looking for snakes wherever we go. Goes looking for snakes. Doesn't find many in Gorsina near Swansea, where he's from, but certainly in Chennai and around here, he's been looking assiduously for our slithery friends.
It was Van Staden who hit the 4, not Parham.
So it looks as if it's Gareth Edwards' off spin that's going to open the bowling from this end.
Zimbabwe also opened with spin, so they won't be in foreign territory here facing a spinner early on. Good start there by Zimbabwe, a couple of wides though, 10 off the first over. So now leading less than 200.
Yep.
The first milestone would have been reached there. Just try to cut down the runs over by over. Just the one fielder out at square leg. Headed straight to that man.
And the bowler gasped there because that ball kept a little bit low and he was heading for middle stump, and the batsman just took it away at the last minute. But I think Gareth Edwards knew that had the batsman missed that, he was in with a shout there.
Yeah, interesting shot there from Palm to get off strike.
Yeah.
He spoke to me at the lunch break saying we need to play it straight, and the first one he gets
He plays it right across the line. That.
Whips it across the line. That one's dropped short and cut into the covers, but straight to the fielder. There's good pressure by Wales, keeping all their fielders in the inner ring, bar the one. And another
That's
cut shot,
4.
but this time it's going to race
That's
away
4
to the
runs.
boundary in front of the pavilion.
Oh, it's not connected yet.
Quite quick through the air is Edwards.
Yep.
You wouldn't be mistaken for thinking he's a slow medium pacer.
Yeah.
That's the line he wants. Keep it wicket to wicket on this track. Ooh. Induced him into a little bit of a false shot there. Did he stop a little bit on the pitch? He seemed to be through that shot sooner than took the edge, shoulder even, and ballooned up to backward point, but there was nobody close enough into to make it into a cat. 15 for naught after 2 overs. Good start from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Wales were also 15 for naught after 2. So even Stevens at the moment. It's a better line by Bowen, and a quick single here by Zimbabwe. Shot the stumps at the bowler's end.
If that had hit, it might have been a bit close.
Yeah, from the grasp of the Welsh fielders.
Yeah, that's what I went on completely, Nick.
That.
Do they need to take a risk like that at this stage of proceedings?
I think it's just a bit of nerves from Palm. As we see one
And this
pushed.
time, exactly the same. They don't take the run. Same fielder. Same shot. Maybe hit a little bit more firmly that time.
Different batter running to the danger
Yeah,
area
as well.
Patiently placed it off the back foot into the covers. It almost feel like he could have just got onto the front foot and punched that past the bowler.
Changing the field.
Space.
Man comes from the offside into the leg side.
And they pushed the fielder out to deepwood wicket.
Great stop. Michael Kahn there. Great stop.
Two off this over, much better by Kevin Bowen.
Oh, it's a inside edge.
It's not often we get a gasp out of Judith here to our left. And, we now know exactly who she's supporting, because when Zimbabwe were bowling, there was none of that. Judith herself, very experienced on the side of the cricket field, I heard at the lunch break. That's picked up as a full toss off the hip and hit backward of square for 4. 1 bounce over the rope.
Yep.
And at the end of the 23rd, Zimbabwe 21 for nothing.
Did anybody tell you how many games Judith scored last summer, Nick?
Judith told me how many games.
Ah, right.
100, no, or maybe actually not how many games. She told me how many Welsh games she did. She did 100 Welsh games of
100
cricket.
Welsh games cricket last year.
That's not even including the club cricket that she did
Nope.
along the way.
Nope.
And my brain is still trying to compute, but that's more than 2 games a weekend, and there's only 2 days on a weekend, so I just don't understand how
It's a full-time job for Judith.
how Wales get it in, but we are sitting next to experience here on our left. 100 games in a season
For Wales.
for Wales. And I also heard that there's a over-70s a Feds league.
Mm-hmm.
That's just pushed down the leg side, and it's going to be bars. Will they turn and go for 2? Van Staden is quick. He looks and he goes. That's excellent running there by the Zimbabwe opening pair.
And that'll be wides as well.
So wide and 2 runs there. So 3 from that first delivery, and it doesn't even count as a legal one.
Nope.
Not the type of starts Wales would have wanted from their opening bowlers.
Not at all. Not at all.
It's a much better delivery. Punched off the back foot to mid-off. No run. There's the fielders. Converge onto that delivery.
Stick away. There's a man down there in the deep. It's Murphy. He'll cut it off. But they'll take 2.
Yeah, the slip as he tried to
Yeah.
gather
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
and Van Staden quickly onto it. Chase back for 2. So that's 5 runs.
Not the start the Welsh opening bowlers would have been looking for at all.
That just hitting the inside half of the bat and runs to mid-wicket. Off the pads around
Round
to
the corner
short
for a
fine leg.
single. The Zimbabwean batsman finding this is far too comfortable from a Welsh perspective. Picking the runs off at will here.
Back foot shot into the cover region, but straight to the fielder again.
Whipped away to mid-on. No run. 6 off the over. 27 for naught after 4. What was the perfect start for Zimbabwe here? And already Wales making a bowling change. Michael Cann's coming on the ball.
Yeah, good bowling change here off the start from the openers, just giving the batter something else to think about before they get too comfortable. They seemingly are going about this run chase quite easily at the moment.
Wales needed wickets, no matter what. Wales needed wickets, so see what this brings. It's a wide.
Judith, having scored 100 Welsh games last year, would have seen a whole bunch of different situations. She's very cool, calm and collected here to our left. But like you, just pleading for one of those Zimbabwean wickets to fall.
He's got faith in the boys.
But still has faith in the boys until that 44th over.
That's another wide.
this rate, I think they've already going to bowl 46 overs with the amount of wides so
Yep.
early on.
Yeah.
We did see a couple from Zimbabwe as well in the opening couple of overs. That's a much better line and length.
Header from Cam.
But, bowled 4-2 only count. So the skipper would have made a change, hoping Can wouldn't have bowled as many wides. Oh, it's played late and smart. And backward point just for a single. No risk in that shot with the ball outside off stump.
Michael Campbell's with a lot of drift. He's almost a swing bowler, and I think again with this new ball would probably account for those wides outside off stump. That's the way his natural swing goes. Drift, call it what you will from a bowler this pace.
That's well swept, but there is a fielder back, deep backward square. The bowler thought he was in with a chance there. Most times when the batsman sweeps, he believes the ball is on leg stump or outside.
Yeah.
So feels he's safe enough to plant that pad in the way. Well left as we hear another wicket taken in the distance.
Yes, yes. We don't know what's going on next door. We know it's a cricket match, but whoops, a joy. Reach our ears every now and again. Bit more air there, a bit more flight. Batsman watches it carefully, plays it back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over.
And that's 31 for 0 after the first 5. At the same stage, Wales were 22 without loss. Good start here by the Zimbabwean opening pair, going at just more than 6 runs and over. I'm sure they'll just be working in 20-run increments, just trying to bring down that total. Into the cover, straight to the fielder. These overs are in the Zimbabwean they really kept the Welsh batsmen quiet.
Ooh, he's beaten the bat there. That induces a full shot from the batsman. This time he's... Ooh, it's a bit tight. No, just in, just in. Wicket.
Yeah, nearly too well timed, straight to the fielder
Yeah.
there.
A very good pick up off his toes from Chris Hudson. Kept a bit low, kept a bit low. That's what the Welsh spinners will be hoping to see. Again, drifts down the leg side. Not that time. Oh, there's trouble here, but they've thrown to the wrong end. Oh no, they haven't. They haven't thrown to the wrong end. The batsman is run out.
Chris Hudson.
Big mix up there in the middle. Both
Yeah.
batsmen caught towards the middle of the pitch and staring at each other. And that is the end of Palm after an excellent 100 yesterday. Run out for 8 of 13.
It was a choice of ends to throw out there, in fact, wasn't it? I was looking at the top end where the batsman was out of his ground, but I hadn't realised he's quite so far out at this end either. A bit of a soft run out to give away there. They were going along so nicely.
And, this will bring the premier batsman into the wickets.
This is the wicket that Wales need, isn't it? If they're going to challenge for this game, they need to get Walton before he puts too many runs on the board.
Yeah, and Andy Walton loves running between the wickets. It's his first opportunity to bat with Mark van Staden. Mark van Staden, as we've seen, is not slow between the stumps. So we could see an increase in ones and twos. And in that number 4 is Rory McWade. He too goes at a runner ball. Often not really hitting boundaries, but just in his rotation of the strike, loves to run a 2 or a 3. So this pair and the next batsman will really try to put the pressure on through the running and calling between the wickets. And then the boundary, Walton has gone at over about 120 strike rate for the tournament. He's the top run scorer with a 89, 107 not out on day 1 and a 68 yesterday. Has survived a plane crash and a hippo attack in his life.
Tell me more about that.
So he told us the story yesterday on air.
Can into him. Well watched.
So they were kayaking, I believe it was, in a river. And next thing he just saw this herd of hippos and he realized that he was between one male and the herd. He sweeps one around. Sticky the wiki there, appealing, trying to grasp at straws, hoping that Conrad Bass raises the finger. That would have been a massive wicket early on. Getting waltzed for nothing. Can in again. On for a wicket maiden, yeah. And he saw this male hippo all of a sudden go under the water and start coming towards the canoe kayak, and saw the bubbles. And he says they come at you a lot quicker than you realize. And he gets on the front foot and defends that to see the end of the over. A lovely wicket maiden there by Mark Can, bringing Wales back into this fixture. 34 for 1 Zimbabwe are after 7. And it came underneath his canoe, hit the canoe. He went about 6 or 7 feet in the air, broke the canoe in half, and then started chomping at the canoe, the hippo. He landed about 10 feet from the shore and then realized there were crocodiles entering the water as well. So quickly,
More than just a hippo attack.
quickly had to scamper out or swim out of the water.
Yeah.
And it was, I think they were doing like a 7-day excursion, so had to go back into town to get fiberglass to fix up the canoe, and back in he went and continued the trip.
Dues. Fair dues. Well,
I told him after that.
Rivers anytime soon after that.
That's exactly what I said, and he said no. It was like the second or third day of a 7-day trip, so he had to just go into town and get supplies because they'd obviously lost all their camping gear and get stuff, and then back they went.
Some medium pace Welsh bowlers aren't going to bother him that much, then, are they? He's not going to be too frightened out there, is he, Nick?
No, I'm not.
No.
I don't think so. And we did mention in the first innings he did face Shane Warne as well.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
he picked the leggy, he claims.
Yeah.
So if you can pick Shane Warne, I'm sure he'll go out there with confidence against the Welsh side.
And he'll be facing a leggy this over if he gets down the other end, because Paul Murphy's come into the attack. Paul is a leg spin bowler.
The beauty about cricket is you can go out on any delivery. It doesn't have to be a good one to take your wicket.
Not at all.
Have to reset every inning, so he is in form at the moment and is the man that Wales will look to get out as quickly as possible. That is cracked through the covers, but there is a sweeper fielder there.
So it's just one.
Comes around from deep extra cover. So So Mark van Staden looks to be timing the ball well, 16 off 25.
Very confident and impressive start from Van Staden. What can Murphy do against Walton now?
It's a lovely delivery. Walton just squares it to the point region. There's a word with Van Staden. Maybe asking if that one was the wrong one. One's also cracked through the covers. More work there for deep. Extra cover.
Scoreboard control, is it?
I know, I just had a word with him and he's going to somebody. What's that, what's 38?
36 for 1.
Ooh, that's an interesting shout.
Brave
Stroke
move
there.
from Staden.
Few of the Welsh boys went up there when they saw the no stroke. Murphy does bowl a very well disguised googly. That may be that it was disguised from the umpire as well. Ooh, played it that late.
An excellent first over there by
Yeah,
Paul
very
Murphy.
good. Very good. This could be an interesting few overs ahead of us, Nick. Van Staden has changed his gloves, and how do I know that? I saw the man walking on with the changing gloves for him. But the gloves that he's discarded were yellow ones, and he's putting on some white ones instead, so I knew it on two different scores. How clever am I? Can in. So Walton smothers it outside the off stump. Oh, good stop.
Excellent stop there, backward point.
Good stop.
So just about to say, this is the slowest start for Walton in the comp so far. Just 1 off 8.
Kev Bowen getting behind that ball, stopping it at all costs. Lovely bit of fielding.
That one just worked to a square leg. That one driven down the ground. Good field in there by mid-off.
Tony Smith at mid-off there. Very good bit of fielding.
I think that might be the first runs off the bat against Mike Cann. He had those 2 wides earlier with the bars. Only 5 runs off his 2.4 overs. A great start here by Mike.
Ooh.
Mark van Staden just plays that to the mid-wicket area. Waited late for that and cuts it backward of point. Some classy fielding by the veteran. The legs slide to gather the ball. That's the end of the 9th over, 38 for 1. Wales doing well, Owen, to pull us back.
7 off the past 4 overs, and what Wales need to do is exert a little bit of pressure on Zimbabwe. It's picking up wickets at the same time.
Just the first 2 overs going for a couple of wides, but since then Wales really getting through their overs quickly.
Yep.
And, Zimbabwe did the same, but in the second innings you've always got that scoreboard pressure as well,
Yeah.
and then you just feel more pressure in the middle the quicker the overs go by. It's a wide ball outside the off stump. It's
Out to the sweeper on the cover boundary again. That's Adrian Webber out there. Back in to keeper Hugh Quick. And we've seen that happening on and off all day, haven't we? Just around that spot on the wicket there. There's
Right,
Walton's
smile
now
there from
tapping
Walton.
down, yeah. You need more than a bat.
what was
Just
interesting
flatten that
was they brought the big roller on between
They
innings,
did, didn't they?
and I haven't seen that at any other venue.
No.
It's Walton gets
That's
on the back
short.
foot and pulls it.
Short ball,
Backward
gets
of
the
square.
punishment it deserves.
The art of being a leg spinner is not easy sometimes with that action. Just holding on to the delivery too long.
The margin for
Dropping it
error
short.
for a leggy is absolutely minimal, isn't it? Half an inch off in any direction and you're in trouble.
I floats it up
That's
outside the off stump, but it's
Over
driven.
pitch that time.
That's the one when you tell yourself as a bowler, don't hold on to this one too long and
No.
just let it go early.
Give it too much air.
He'll count himself fortunate not to go for another boundary with that ball.
You would indeed.
It's
It's
better,
better.
quicker through the air, and his delivery with emphasis in his
Good.
delivery stride
Good
at the
keeping
crease.
from Hugh Quick there.
It's not just because of his first name.
I think so. Ooh, and that was the googly. Came back in the other way.
And after 10 overs, Zimbabwe 44 for 1. Same stage, Wales were 36 for 1, so Zimbabwe just 8 runs ahead.
Quick hello to some of the people who've been in touch today. We've got listeners, quite a few listeners down in Pembrokeshire, Swansea, Caerphilly, Newport, Cardiff, and I don't know if Paul Sturgis is listening to us today. Paul's down in Bournemouth, played many years for Wales Vets, moved down to Bournemouth recently, but still keeps in touch with us very much and has been posting away the last couple of days. So Paul, if you're listening, all the very best, mate, and we'll see you back in the cricket pitch in a couple of weeks' time.
That ball just played to point region.
Take a single. That's a bit more air there. Bit more air from Michael Cann.
Flicks it off his legs.
Flicked. Interested for a second with the Welsh fielders, but really go close enough to a fielder to invite the catch there.
The bowler always hopes that an aerial ball goes to a hand.
Yeah. And then realise there's no fielder within 20 yards of it. So.
I myself have fallen attempted that a few times. Let's see one.
Good start from Murphy. Doesn't prevent the single though.
A lot of cross bat shots coming here from the Zimbabwean batting pair, looking to cut the ball. No one really looking to play the ball straight down the ground.
Rings and starting forward. No run. Bit more air again. Again, no run. Indican's fourth over, he's gone for 9 runs. .47 for 1 from 11.
Can bowl in a real spell, a gem of a spell here for his captain.
Yeah.
Keeping it nice and tight. He went, the captain made the change from the openers and bowled those 2 wides in his first over, and since then has been really tight. Murphy going to continue. It's quite a long run up here for the leg spinner. That's cut away late. And, lots of work for the point field, and that's going to hit the boundary.
Trickled into the boundary. Keneally ran after it hard.
The outfield is really
Couldn't
quick
catch
on
it.
that side. We saw a couple in the first innings
Yes.
just guarded
Yes.
down there and beat the fielder.
There's a bit of a slope down there, Nick. It looks to the naked eye as if it might slope away ever so slightly down at that end. Also, the outfield is in tremendous condition here for this time of the year.
And that brings the 50 up for Zimbabwe as well. 51 for 1 after 11.1. Tries it again, but
A little bit low, didn't it?
low, and just need to be a little bit
low.
more patient. Just wait for that ball a bit longer.
Yeah.
Flighted
Thrown
and
up.
driven down the ground. Smart
Run.
field in there, mid-off. Big wicket taken on the other field.
Probably. Ooh, that came back in the other way. Short enough that Walton could see it and hit it comfortably.
Certainly does sound different coming off his bat.
Yeah.
It's more of a kiss off his bat than the hard thud of a cricket ball against the willow. That one flighted up and hit straight back to the bowler. Thought he was in with a chance there.
It bounced a foot or two in front of him, didn't it? Still hurt his hand.
Good comeback after being cut away for 4. 4 dot balls to follow that boundary. Waltz there just gives the nod of approval. 51 for 1 after 12. And the cries about the scoreboard starts. It always happens in the second innings when people are trying to defend a total or chase it down. can to continue. That one's down the leg side and swept backward of squares. This is going to be a difficult chase for the
They go
two
for
Welsh
4.
fielders.
That's gone for 4.
And that's come off the face of the bat for 4 runs. Just relieves the pressure off the two batsmen when you get a boundary off the first ball.
Yeah.
For a golden duck.
Ooh! And that was the one we were talking about that comes back in. Finger spinner.
Somehow Van Staden getting something on it in the way there.
Yeah, yeah.
Gets himself off strike. So now 9 off the first 3.
Only an awful millisecond when I realised that one wasn't going to end up the same place as all the others have been ending up.
Yeah, he's set up for that cut shot again.
Suddenly found the ball come right in on him.
Is that a drop chance opportunity?
Not sure. We'll see now. Nope, it was. No signal from the umpire, which means it was off the bat. Which means that a very sharp chance to the keeper, but unable to get anything on it really, was he?
It's really tough. Standing up.
Yeah.
That one just hit into the short cover fielder. That one on the legs, and he tries to sweep it around again. They'll get through for the single with the misfield.
It's a good over for Zimbabwe. 11 runs will come from it. Takes them up to 62 after 13.
And that's the first real expensive over for Can. As the wind starts to pick up again here.
Picked up the gazebo above our heads there for a second. Draw him forward, Murph, a shout from the Welsh field. Oh, doesn't manage to do it there, he's on the back foot. Goes out deep cover boundary for a single.
Now Zimbabwe moving along nicely here, now 63 off 13 overs.
Almost up to 5 and over. That's a nice shot for nothing.
Looked like Gareth Edwards was after that there from the mid-off position in case it was missed by the cover fielder. Flighted up and driven down straight to Edwards at mid-off. Andy Walton just needs to show patience here. We've seen how he can accelerate while at the crease. So won't mind absorbing some dot balls. And this time he just
Getting the googly, but it was too short. Didn't make any difference. Walton able to pull it away for 4 through mid wicket.
outside off stump there and just left in a nod of approval by Walton. And that's the end of the 14th over. 67 for 1. What can Wales do differently to just try break this partnership that's starting to build nicely here for the Zimbabwean batting pair?
Yeah, I mean, a few overs ago you felt that they were clawing their way back into it and pressurising, limiting the runs. But Smith settling quickly into a good line and length. Wales need wickets. Ooh, nearly got a wicket. Chipped that back, didn't quite reach the bowler. That's down the leg side, that's going to be 15 overs gone.
And we'll be back with you shortly after the break. Welcome back to the second phase of the second innings, where we see the power play in session. We allowed 4 fielders out now.
Yeah, Chris Hudson.
Another change of bowling for Wales, and it is indeed Chris Hudson coming on to bowl.
The scorecard will be removed from your screens shortly. We'll be live, up and running. We do apologize for any audio and visual glitches you had just before the drinks break.
Are you saying I'm an audio glitch, Nick? I've been called a lot worse.
Judith, don't nod your head so vigorously. For those of you that didn't see, Judith was nodding.
Nodding in agreement when I suggested I might be an audio glitch. I might be an audio glitch.
Judith, we're just trying to get some words out of you, in the commentary box. Want to hear from your expert's opinion. I got 2 names out of you in the drinks break.
Ooh!
Got to be careful going on to the back foot.
Yep, that again kept very low.
Oh, it's that man, Chris Hudson, into the attack.
Yeah.
Judith with a radio earpiece straight to the captain.
Ooh, that's a good shout.
Big appeal, yeah.
And he's giving him. He's giving him.
Shotgun, Harrison sticks him.
His shotgun, is it more of a bit of a bow and arrow that one, I thought? He took his actual time to think about that one, didn't he? But to the naked eye from a long way up, but almost behind the bowler's arm, we've got virtually the same vision of the wicket as you have at home. That did look a little adjacent.
And a big call by yourself and Judith in the drinks break. Hudson, the man, to give the ball to it straight away into the attack. Second delivery.
Ball's very straight, does Chris. A little bit of drift, but generally just very straight. And at this end, with the ball keeping low there, if you bowl straight, you're going to get rewarded. And it didn't take long for that to happen, did it? A much needed wicket for Wales. A much needed wicket for Wales. They need another 8 just as urgently.
Into the wicket now strolls Rory McWade, fresh off 100 yesterday, but we know in cricket every game is a new game. He'll look to rotate the strike well with Walton. It's important to play straight now with Chris Harris bowling wicket to wicket, and we know that far side just the ball can keep low every now and then. McWade always stands aggressively on the front foot.
That ball came up. Stood up, didn't it?
Tells me the only reason he bats with the helmet is so that it can keep him focused and only looking at one thing.
I get that. I fully understand what he's saying there.
It's in front of square, and this might go away to the boundary. It's going to take a top
Murphy's
fielding
done
effort.
really well out there. Paul Murphy, outstanding fielding. Saves his side 2 runs.
Right in front of the Zimbabwe support there. She'll be a bit disappointed that ball didn't trickle to the boundary, but it's fantastic fielding out there on the square leg boundary. No footwork there by McWade, just trying to paddle it around with the wrists. Very strong man is Rory McWade, so can hit the big boundaries when necessary. And they'll look for 2 here. Well, these two, they're very quick between the wickets. An eventful first over here for Chris Hudson. 4 runs and a wicket.
Crowd getting a little leery here.
Kevin Shadwell.
Good to hear.
Ex-international rugby referee. clouds and mist coming over the mountains now.
Doesn't look at all nice up there. Had a little look around in the drinks interval just now, and it's no blue sky to be seen anywhere now. Following a similar pattern to yesterday, really, where it just got darker and darker and denser.
Walt drawn out of his crease there. Just plays it to mid wicket. Walt goes over the
Aerial,
top.
and he's cleared the fielder out there. And they'll take 2 runs, and the ball ends up at a long mid off.
A lot of his boundaries in this tournament have come down the ground.
Mm-hmm.
A real class batsman. Likes to hit with the wind. He's a smart batsman, won't want to hit too many balls into the air against the wind.
Ooh. Tony Smith pushes him onto the back foot there.
He's calling for new gloves again as well. He does change his gloves quite often. He started with the yellow pair, now on the white. I wonder what colour is going to come out next. That's a very tidy second over from Tony Smith. Just the 2 runs off it so far. Single down the ground to mid off. These two now needing to rebuild a new partnership here. Needing 134 more runs. Still plenty of overs in the bag. They just need to continue what they're doing, build this partnership and make Wales work hard for those wickets.
Yeah, from a batting perspective, you're under no run pressure here. It's required run rate under 5, and so therefore it's a target that at this stage you can inch towards in 1s and 2s. You don't need to go and do anything silly at this point. But as you were saying earlier, Nick, you probably want to be counting in 20s, and they'll be thinking, right, let's get to 80, let's get 100, let's get 120, and then that brings the overall target to less than 100 required. So I would have thought that's what their mentality will be.
Starting to get a bit festive, yes, some music in the background.
I'm seeing less and less of the mountain every minute.
Well, they're just pulling its back bit of square. Yeah, I've just looked to my right, a lot of mist coming over that mountain area. And
where does the rain come from in Cape Town? The sky, says Judith.
And once again, she's on the money.
She doesn't say much, but by goodness, what she does say is wise, isn't it?
Sometimes hurtful.
Oh, I don't know. I just thought that was wise. The rain comes from the sky. Very true.
But looking around, it looks like it's coming from all directions.
Which geographical direction would the rain come from in this particular
looks like
location?
it's rolling off from the ocean there.
Right, yeah.
There's definitely a cloud burst in that direction where the rain's falling.
I would imagine there's some heavy rain coming down a couple of miles away from us, isn't there? We can see it coming down.
It's hit to short mid-wicket.
Nearly caught at mid-wicket. It was just short. John Jones dived forward, but it didn't quite reach him.
Do you think the Zimbabwean side would start factoring that in, looking at the mountains, the pavilion directly opposite the mountains, so they must have a better view of
Well,
looks
I
like
think
near the end of the world.
They know they're well ahead on the Duckworth Lewis. It'll be a game in 2.5 overs time. I don't think they'll be in the least bit concerned, and they'll just carry on exactly the way they're playing.
Need to keep their wickets in hand. So
Yes.
comes down.
Yeah, keeping wickets in hand, but going along at 3-4 and over, which they're doing comfortably. I wouldn't have thought they'd be too worried by this at all. Ooh. Don't know what it is about sight screens that, like a magnet, draws people to walk in front of them. Do you?
There's a wonderful path here behind.
There's a path behind. There's a lovely path behind, but no, people have to walk in front of a sight screen.
Hit through the covers there by McWade. Unorthodox drive, but efficient.
He is quite an unorthodox batsman, isn't he? He just seems to have a very good eye and very strong arms.
Very, very strong arms. Looks like the captain, Greg McDonald, just running on some liquids.
Some instructions, maybe, about what the Duckworth Lewis score might be, possibly.
Sure. Maybe I have a direct line, Judith, to the Zimbabwean captain. Greg, can you hear me? Duckworth Lewis. And that's lovely to see at the Vets that no one is bigger than, you know, running on the water. The captain doing it yesterday and today. So it's a fine example, does Greg McDonald. Looks like it's starting to drizzle now
It is.
around us.
I can feel it. I can feel it. Ooh.
To make sure they don't lose a wicket in his next two
Yeah,
overs, just
which
to constitute a game, yeah.
Quite possibly what the skipper was passing on to them. If you don't lose a wicket, you're safe. If you lose a wicket, you probably need another couple of runs. I suspect Zimbabwe are well ahead, but they just say losing wickets will be the key. Very watchful.
And the Wales bowlers need to bowl stump to stump
If
now,
they
almost
lose
to
the
force
wicket,
them.
What is the DLS score go to? 87.
McWade tries to tickle it around, but gets a leaning edge to mid wicket. The experience of Judith coming in handy, looking up the DLS scores. An appeal here from third man. I believe that's Gareth Edwards there. Maybe just understanding the situation of the game.
Turned a mile.
It's, caught McWade off guard there, but as you mentioned, his hand-eye coordination so good.
Eye coordination is excellent, isn't it?
See, he's just plants on that front foot.
Yeah.
That's the end of the 19th. 79 for 2. The rain
Is here.
He's here.
starting to
It's
come in.
arrived.
And looks like once it starts here, it might not stop. If you just look to the right, the mountain disappearing.
I'm working it out.
Depends if they lose wickets.
At this current rate, you're behind.
75.
And, we've
You
been
lose a wicket now.
asking for Judith to come on comms, and there you heard her say,
It's a lot closer than we thought, Nick. 75 for 2 at the end of this over. If they lose another wicket, Wales actually nose in front.
there was a maiden over there in that 19th over. Push through for the single.
And I've got a feeling that DRS could become a factor in this game, Nick. Rain's getting heavier. Mountain's almost entirely disappeared in the distance now. It's not going to get any drier anytime soon.
If we were playing in Wales, we'd be happy to play on. So I think.
Oh, if we're playing in Wales, this would be a glorious summer's day, don't worry.
McWade goes down the ground hard to Edwards, who looks for the ball.
It's behind you. Not quite pantomime season, but that's where the ball ended up.
A metre either side of him, that would have gone to
Oh
the
yes,
boundary.
that was well hit. That was well hit.
Maybe a very, very good stop
Shaking-
under the circumstances.
Shaking of the Edwards hands proves to us that was very well hit.
Walt now goes down the ground straight to mid-off, and another misfield. The batsman now putting the fielders under pressure with every single.
Yeah, they're aiming for 87 in case they lose a wicket. But I don't know why that is, because the official scorer over there told them 87 is the par score after 20 overs with 3 wickets down. But he's lying. That's a wide.
Leg
Leg
by
by.
there off the pads.
Walton comes down the track to smother the spin.
One ball left to constitute a game, yeah.
Ooh, that's close.
It's a big appeal.
No.
The Welsh fans around me.
It did look close from here. Don't know what you thought at home.
Show us the replay. 78.
Not much been drunk today.
And it's now,
Do apologise for the visuals. We just tried to cover the camera.
we've had a game, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got 20 overs.
Yeah, it's a heavy drizzle here now. A heavy drizzle.
Tony Smith.
Okay.
And the camera has been covered. Your visuals are back.
Well, our visuals were back in this gloom and drizzle. Actually looks quite sunny on the screen, doesn't it? It's not like that at all in real life, believe me.
I might have to put away my stats book soon. It's starting to get rather damp here.
Yeah.
As we see a straight ball there to McWade. Unorthodox block shot, but does the business.
Shan't be getting my crisps out in this weather, put it that way. They'd only get soggy.
And a good single, yeah, by Zimbabwe.
Pretty soon the ball will be starting to get a bit wet, won't it, as well? Makes it hard to grip with the boulders.
Massive appeal on the bottom field and given out, it seems. So we see Walton just drive it down to mid-off. Played to short cover, but no real conviction there from McWade. That's the end of the 21st, 85 for 2. What Zimbabwe do have to be careful of you not falling into the trap of thinking that the rain's going to come and it maybe doesn't.
Exactly.
And
Exactly, and they know that things are pretty tight here. Their noses are ahead at the moment, and they'll know that if they don't lose another wicket and the rain comes down, they'll win the game. But
82.
exactly what you're saying, there's a danger when what you're really thinking about is not losing a wicket until the rain comes. You suddenly find yourself way behind the asking rate.
yeah, they still need to make sure they put the bad ball away and rotate the strike during the over.
Run the runs.
These two very experienced cricketers, they'll know, I'm sure, about that. I did speak to McWade once about his batting, and
Indeed.
he says he doesn't calculate anything in the middle. He
Indeed.
just gets told he must hit the ball and run, so he does.
Yep.
But Walton, a class batsman with tons of experience around the world. Walton drives it down the ground straight to mid-off, and they'll set off quickly for another single. At the moment, not finding the gap straight to the fielders, but still willing to take on the arm of the fielders.
Wales, one more bowler up their sleeves. Peter Doyle, who fielded that ball there, bowled very, very well yesterday. Slow left arm spinner. The last realistic bowling option they have here, Wales. I've seen 5 spinners so far already. Not yet seen the left arm spin of Peter Doyle. Ooh, that's a big hit. I think that's out the ground. That is out the ground, that's 6 runs.
I was just about to say McWade, uncharacteristically 8 of 22, and not looking to really do anything while facing, just trying to nudge the ball down into the pitch and not lose his wicket. All of a sudden, sees one in the arc, and out the park it goes. And that will certainly help Zimbabwe's cause. Getting closer to that 100 milestone.
Releases some of the pressure that Wales were starting to build on them.
And there certainly was pressure being built.
Ooh. Squeezed through that one, didn't it?
And Walton just pointing to where that ball should have gone.
Yeah.
Asking him why is he trying to run that one down to third man. That will be wide down the
Good
leg
take,
side.
but it'll be a wide.
That goes down the
Merrill
ground
again,
again.
and he's cleared the field up.
This might not make it to the
Not going to
boundary
make it
though.
to the boundary. They're just going to get 2 for that.
This partnership now on to 27. Building nicely. A thorn in the side of the Wales bowling attack. Just trying to fix the field here for McWade. And he finds the gap
Yeah,
in the
that
covers.
time, but he's managed to push it past Peter Doyle.
It's
That's going to
gonna
run
roll.
away for 4. Yep, that's gone for 4. Wide long off that across the boundary ropes.
Oh,
Good
the
over.
board is wrong. The board is on 100.
Good over for Zimbabwe.
He's 99 for 2. Judith, we will follow your lead. 100 games in one season for a country. I think you are the experts when it comes to scoring. But a lovely shot there at the end.
Nicholas, another thing, it's the Rapagura Express.
In the commentary box, we have Peter Sands Thomas. Do you want to explain that nickname of yours while you have a chance?
Yeah, I suppose I could explain it. I mean, yesterday's story about me not being a very good one. Let's go back to about 1978 when my brother was at Peterhouse School, where I followed after him. And he wasn't the cleverest guy on the planet. So instead of calling him Plank, they actually called him Bonk. So unfortunately, he then left and I arrived. So I got the word Bonk. Not really many people sort of had a connotation to that. And then unfortunately, old good West German came along, old Boris Becker, in 1985.
It's dropped in the deep.
I think he was the youngest. Boris Becker was the youngest player to win Wimbledon, and he was staying in Wimbledon, and he was doing a lot of bonking, so they called it Bonking Boris. So then all of a sudden, everyone thought the connotation came straight back to me, and that's the true story. So it was basically from my brother, just to clear up the story. Sounds like a good one to me anyway.
We like the other one.
Oh, that's the one I was
Shot
told
was!
originally. As we see Rory whip one off the legs, backward a square for 4, 2 boundaries.
Innocent until proved guilty, Peter, I think. Innocent until
exactly.
proved guilty. Absolutely.
I don't know if you want to get Ola to commentate on that lot, but
No, thank you. You can keep walking now, Mark.
okay. Thanks, guys. You're
It's been
doing a
good to
great
have you.
job.
Yeah, thanks, Peter Sands Thomas. Fast bowler and cover fielder extraordinaire. Bowler just indicating to the umpires that things are getting a little bit wet out there.
Yep.
You'd think Wales would want to stay out there as long as possible.
They want to take a wicket or two, won't they?
McWade drives it down the ground for a single.
They had the chance earlier on this over when the ball was dropped in the deep. Could have made a huge difference in the scheme of things.
Yeah, and it was the big wicket of Walton as well.
Indeed.
He's been quite fortunate on this tour. I've mentioned all the runs he's made, but he's probably now been dropped about 5 times in this tournament.
They take a good single there.
He's certainly someone that makes hay while the sun is out.
No, not much sun at the moment, is there? Not much sun at the moment. And again, if you're seeing at home the same pictures we're seeing here, it looks very bright there. Very, very deceptive. It's dull. It's miserable. And I'm sure that Michael Cann, were he here, could find an appropriate place in the South Wales valleys to compare this to at the moment. But he's not, so we won't. And here is the last change that we were expecting. Peter Doyle, left arm spinner. Ball very, very tidily yesterday against the Kudus.
At the same stage, Wales were 88 for 3 after 23. The drizzle just seemingly starts to get lighter, but it is constant. That means the surface will stay wet. It will not really aid the bowling side.
Judith just pointing out that the batsman surname is of great significance to seniors cricket in Wales, because our esteemed, much loved president Ron Walton shares a surname. Doyle is in. Up, straight through him. So yes, a much loved and respected name in Welsh cricket is Walton as a surname.
It's a cut shot there in front of square.
I'm going to tempt the gods here, Nick, and say that the drizzle's got a lot lighter in the last minute or two, which is good news.
Yeah.
Lots of air, he finds the edge, but doesn't go to a fielder. Chased down by Michael Cann to the third man boundary. Throws it in, they get two.
And that's exactly what the drizzle will do. Just push the ball
Yeah.
a bit further along the grass, allows
Yeah.
Zimbabwe to get through
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the twos. All of a sudden, winning the toss bowling first could be very handy for the Zimbabwean side.
And I don't think it was for the reasons that you felt, really. It's probably because they felt they could get a lot of assistance from the damp wicket early on that had come from last night. They did to an extent, then dried out. Now it's got fresh rain on it again.
Yeah, and the groundsman did indicate that the wicket gets better to bat on later on in the day, but I'm assuming that's under the sun. Sunny
Under the sun,
conditions,
because
not
once the
when
rain comes on,
clouds
anything can happen,
roll
can't
in
it?
and- I mean, if you were a seam or swing bowler, these are the perfect conditions.
Yes, indeed.
What it will do is just allow the ball to skid on for the spinners as
Yep.
well. If they get that
Yep.
low skidder,
As long as it's not too wet out, then they can still hold the ball, because the spinners in particular rely on minuscule elements of grip, don't they?
McWade punches it in the covers.
Spotted the gap, pushed it into it, took the run.
And, we had Waltz in comms with us yesterday after his knock of 68, and McWade was batting. He was telling us two of the calls that McWade uses are "come on" and "stay there." And Waltz, being a classy cricketer, says he was only taught three things: yes, no, and wait. So he said it took him a long time to get used to batting with McWade, who would say "come on" or +1 or "stay there."
There's a fourth one to the yes, no, and wait that I was taught, which is sorry. I know that because I've used it a lot over the years.
Are you a poor runner between the wickets?
I'd rather not run if I could possibly help it. Yes, not the greatest of...
One of the Zimbabwean batsmen, one of his fun facts is that he is now retired from running twos.
I like that. That's a very, very good philosophy to follow, that. I think that's a retirement path I could follow myself pretty soon. In fact, it's probably a retirement path that I followed myself for 20 years ago, truth be told. Yes, why run twos when you can hit fours?
Well, as the captain of your side, you can certainly say no to the other batsman. In theory.
In theory.
Oh, a little bit of bounce there. McWade just guards it down to third man.
I know we've been saying this all the way through, but Wales now in desperate need of a breakthrough.
McWade
that's
goes big.
Going to go
That's
for
gonna
6.
Into that tent you spoke of earlier.
I just missed the tent I spoke of earlier, I think. Big 6 over long on. Oh, well, okay. Cow corner. The cow corner tent there.
For someone that has looked so unsure at the crease on the front foot today, when he hits that big one, he seems full of confidence and times it so sweetly. This time cuts it through the covers, looking good again. He needs to play positive cricket. He looks best when he's playing the positive shots.
His 10 yesterday, was it a quick one? How many balls was it?
76 balls.
Lots of sixes?
I think two sixes.
2 sixes, okay.
A couple of fours and lots
Yeah.
of twos and threes.
All right, okay.
A very fit individual. Of course, if we
deft.
had Judith, we would have known the exact stats. 9 fours, 2 sixes, 16 twos, 58 singles.
It's 174.
But alas, we didn't. It's another cut shot here by the batsman, and they'll find that sweet fielder. Walter now on 31 or 48 deliveries.
51 partnership.
And a 51 partnership brought up between the two. So just less than 100 runs now for Team Zimbabwe. Runs ahead of where Wales were at the same amount of overs.
Wales had lost a few more wickets, I think, hadn't they, by this stage?
Just the one.
3.
So,
They were
yeah.
3 down.
Walton
Shaped to hit that long, didn't he?
I
Pulled
think
back on the shot at the last minute there.
in his eye line, yeah,
Yeah.
he saw a long
Yeah.
one just
Yeah,
10
yeah.
yards off the boundary. Gareth Edwards. Dances down the track and just plays it to mid wicket. They might look for 2 here. This is going to be smart running by the two batsmen. Excellent play. Field set back on the boundary on the leg side. Only one man in the ring. And worked well there for 2 runs. Plenty of space. Some thinking needed here by the Wales captain. Go down the ground into that cover region.
Quite get hold of that properly, did he? In the way that he'd have liked to.
Just needs to paddle it to the leg side. They've got 3 fielders deep on the boundaries. Plenty of space open.
Oh, he went to pull it to the leg side, but didn't connect. Draws the batsman forward. Oh, the mountains completely reappeared in the distance. That's got to be a good sign, I think.
Looks like the sun is coming out there as well.
It does too, doesn't it?
Luckily we are not geographers because we got that very wrong.
Indeed, we did.
That's crashed through the covers but straight to the sweeper fielder. I think after watching how that ball came in there, they'll look to run 2 in that area in the future. The Welsh fielders now just moving more slowly in between the overs, almost waiting for something to happen.
We've seen 7 Welsh bowlers so far in the first 26 overs of this innings. 6 spinners and a couple of overs seam from Kevin Bowen. But apart from that one Chris Hudson LBW and the run out, not much joy.
Straight to short cover, but he misfields it,
Yep.
and they're going to get another single.
Yeah.
Bamboozle everybody and bring PK into the attack.
Yeah.
Two good deliveries there in a row by Smith. Drawing McWade onto the front foot. They put a fielder back now at Cow Corner.
But that's down the leg side,
They're
missed by
gonna
the
push
keeper.
for two, yeah.
They'll turn this into...
Walton looking for three, he's going to come. McWade was just a bit slow on that one. Not often you see McWade outrun.
Probably on the back foot as the ball went past the leg stump. So they're a little bit slow taking off, I would imagine. Woo!
Sorry, it's a Judith Marie.
Big heave, miss. Bails were removed, but he kept his back foot rooted behind the crease there.
I can share them. Yes.
Overcalled. 27 gone, 124 for 2 is the score. 18 overs left, 85 more runs needed to win.
Couple of wickets, yeah. 4 Wales could certainly throw the spanner amongst the works.
Yes, but this has been an excellent third wicket partnership from Zimbabwe.
Maybe they should. They'll be on. They'll come up on Welsh Vets page. But they'll be there posting.
Now these two are the two batsmen that have spent the most time in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the pair that would have wanted to take
Yeah.
Zimbabwe to the end, and the pair that Wales would need to break this partnership if they are to get a victory here.
Yes, at the moment it's a little bit comfortable for them, isn't it? They're
No, all the way
picking
down.
up the ones and the twos, hitting the odd boundary,
And then choose
keeping the run rate well within. That's a gorgeous shot.
Great shot.
Gorgeous shot, 4 through, cover, extra cover there. As I was saying, they're hitting the odd boundary and it's just keeping their noses in front of the required rate there, isn't it?
They almost have a fielder directly behind the bowler now. Right in front of us. 5 fielders out at the moment. They need to bring one in. And they bring the
Deep-
corner fielder. in,
Yes.
Deep mid wicket.
Deep mid wicket, fielder comes into the ring. It's the extra cover and the sweeper behind him.
Andy Walton moves
Good setup.
himself smartly to 40.
I think Wales are going to rue dropping him a couple of overs ago. That could prove to be incredibly costly, I think.
A little bit of a wince there from Judith, the green. lovely late cut there by Rory.
That
That's
was
gonna
all
race
timing.
to the boundary.
4 through point. I'm amazed at this man's hand-eye coordination and his power. Very little backlift there. Very little foot movement, but he just bullies the ball away, doesn't he? And he sees it so well. It's a very unconventional way of batting, but it's extremely effective.
I think it was on the second day I called him Scratchy. He made a Scratchy 18, and he did not like those comments the whole time the next day and the off day.
Well, as we're staying in the same hotel as you, I won't risk his wrath and say that it's a very impressive innings from Mr. McQuaid here. Very impressive.
Oh yeah, because he certainly does go back and watch it, because came to me the next day and he said, "Scratchy, Nick, you called me Scratchy." And actually what had happened was someone had messaged him during the innings. So when he went out, he came to the commentary booth and he waited for the drinks break. Then he had a word with me. But all in good spirits.
He's
all in
good to watch.
spirits.
He's good to watch. Good to watch.
You must stay in the same hotel as
We do stay in the same hotel. Drink in the same bar, you know what I mean? But I only drink tea, of course, as I've said to you, all day long.
Drinks Coke.
All day long.
Drinks Coke.
Yeah.
Coke and water.
Yeah.
Looks after his body really well, does Rory McQuaid. Whilst this paddles us
Around
around.
the corner. Doyle gets a foot to it. Hay fever, do you? The hay fever come out there again, Nick. Foot to it. Sounded like an owl. Got an owl on commentary here, ladies and gentlemen.
A wise owl.
Not a wise one. Certainly not a wise one. Just an owl. Smith's in, McQuaid's the back foot. Is that going to be a bye? Yes, it is. Oof, that's wide on the leg side there. Good stop from Hugh Quick.
Some excellent running by Zimbabwe again, taking every opportunity they can.
He missed the last couple of games with an injured finger. I think that hit him on the injured finger from the way that he's shaking his glove there. Ooh, I kept low, but McQuaid did very well to keep it out, and Mike Hayden, the Welsh did very well with his footwork there.
That's almost some soccer skills there, step over.
Real soccer skills there. From the triathlete. Represents Great Britain at triathlon, does Mike Hayden.
The decathlete versus the triathlete.
Yeah.
Looked like he was going to go big and over the top there, coming down the
Thought
track.
about it, didn't he? Certainly thought about it. Right, keep an eye on the gazebo, everybody. Sally Doherty's approaching. Tried to destroy it a couple of times today already. Well, it's when you go behind us, Sal, we don't know what you're up to. So no, nothing's shaking yet, so I think she's behaving so far, but she's still got time. Oh, hang on, Tracy Jones is having a go now. Honestly, show these ladies a gazebo and they can't resist it.
The legs.
I won't say what she said there, ladies and gentlemen. 138 for 2, 16 overs of the innings to go. Looks as if there's going to be another bowling change. Peter Dodd being taken out for the attack. He's gone for 16 off his 3 overs.
That's the last over before the second drinks break.
Yep. Is it Gareth Edwards coming back into the attack? I think he's speaking to skipper Hayden. sense, not even one wicket's going to be enough now for Wales. They need a couple of quick wickets, don't they, really, to drag themselves back into this game, Nick?
Yeah, a couple of good batsmen still to come for Zimbabwe. Kenyan Zeal, John O'Lane, Greg McDonald. Haven't seen Sean Lawler bat yet, but I've heard he can do a job. So certainly a few, just to create that pressure as well. At the moment, just going through the motions, the Zimbabwean batsman hitting the odd boundary every couple of overs, twos and singles between those boundaries.
It's a very low risk approach to achieving what they want to achieve, isn't it?
And it was always going to be the case. Wickets in hand was going to be important for them.
Exactly.
John Jones looking like he's ready for a cup of tea. So we see one pulled into the leg side. A lone Zimbabwe supporter to our left here, cheering on every single run. Wicket region, they could look for three here. He's going to go between the three.
He's got
fielders.
Murphy, who's got a good arm. He keeps them down to two.
Gunslinger there, right over the stumps with one bounce.
You get to know your fielders, you know, after a while, and they'll have noticed that Paul Murphy can get that ball in all the way from the boundary quite quickly.
Down the ground to a wide mid-off. More of an extra cover, really.
And from the groans there, it suggested that had that throw from Tony Smith hit the stumps, Walton might have been in a bit of trouble.
He's having a word here with the fielder. I'm sure it's a polite one, being
it'll be lovely, don't you worry.
Semi-Australian, living in Perth for a while.
But he's also played indoor cricket for England. How did he manage that then?
So he's it's another fun fact about Walt. He's got so many. You just see this ball defended by McQuaid. Andy Walton is the most capped international indoor cricketer in the world. He has the world record. He has played for England, Australia and Zimbabwe. So you see one pulled away to the leg side.
Left away, I think is the expression there. Certainly get two for this. Again, Murphy cuts it off. Big arm comes in from him again.
You often see later on in his innings, he comes down the track and he flat bats it past the bowler like you do in indoor cricket to get that six at the back of the net. But that's going to be the second drinks break. Zimbabwe 144 for 2. This partnership now up to 76 runs. And we'll be back with you shortly after this break.
Smith in. Stands up. And Morton gets a bat on it, knocks it down through the slip area. They take a single. Smith's last over here, halfway through his 9th over. Another run onto the total. Run rate coming down now, just above 4 and over required. I don't think that's a concern as long as they can keep their wickets intact. Yes, that's a stumping. That's a stumping. Tony Smith draws Walton down the track just as Walton was about to complete his 4th 50 plus score of the tournament. He's out stumped.
I knew I shouldn't have mentioned that to Judith in the break. I knew it. Sorry, Waltz, that one's on me.
He's that too little too late for Wales though. They can but try. So Tony Smith striking 4th ball of his last over.
That looks to be John O'Lane strolling out to the wicket. Let's get confirmation when we see his back. Does look like him. Kenyan Zeal was down. Look to be number 20 on the back. So John O'Lane, he's had one opportunity to bat, came in with the last ball of the game, day 2, missed it, and it was given 2 bars.
A bit more of an opportunity to make his mark today.
What's the score on the board, Joe? 149. Is this 149? He's a run ahead of us.
60 runs needed off 14.2 overs.
7 wickets for Wales, which is more to the point. They'll be desperate to add to that wicket that they've just taken. It's a big shout. Empire not interested.
That ball kept low, but there was no shot offered.
No shot, kept low. If you'd ask me, it might have been close. Side off stump, maybe. Maybe.
Gareth Edwards asking to go upstairs for a TV review. Loud call there by Rory. No run.
Good over. Last over from Tony Smith. He finishes with 1 for 27 off his 9 overs. Very good spell. And Nick, you did ask us a while back who we thought were going to take the wickets. We said Hudson and Smith. They have, but one each might not be quite enough for Wales.
There's still some time for them to make a change to that.
Yeah. Well, Smith's finished his 9, so he won't. Hudson's got a few overs left, hasn't he, still?
5 left.
5 left as Chris Hudson. So I think a wicket and over would do the job for Wales off those 5.
It would put Zimbabwe under some tremendous pressure.
Yeah.
5 wickets in 5 overs. McWade continuing on his merry way, cuts it through the cover region. He's going to come for 2. John O'Lane
takes him on to 46. He's not far off a runner ball. 53 balls with his 46. It's he's hit a couple of 6s, but what's been impressive are the 2s and the 3s. He's run a lot of runs, as you say. He's obviously a very, very fit man. And again, pushed for 1. Well done.
He does need to remember John O'Lane is not as quick as Andy Walton.
No, no.
Some other scores from around the competition.
Here we
the
go.
United States Veterans, which is their first side, posting 152 for 10 and 44.5 overs, and South Africa Impalas 83 for 4 after 24. So that game could get a
that
bit
game's
tight.
a little close, isn't it?
Just trying to see some of the main contributors. Everyone just seemingly chipping in with a couple runs, 20s and 30s along the way.
Ooh, that's kept low again.
Keep low there.
Kept low again. Fortunately for the Zimbabwean batsman, well outside the off stump.
I haven't forgotten the other game. We're just waiting for.
We're
the
just
app to
waiting for it to
again.
load. We'll commentate on this ball from Gareth Edwards. To Lane, forward, defends it out. So as you're waiting for that to load, Nick, I'll say a few hellos to people who are listening around the place. Mike in Pentirch, Shemai. Myron Janine, Lise Herbert, how are you? Rodney down in Pembrokeshire, how are you, dear boy? And there is somebody else, but I've forgotten. I did all that prep in the drinks break just now and I've forgotten. But hello to all of you. Hello to all of you. Murphy coming back into the attack.
South African Kudus posting the biggest score so far of the tournament, 322 for 2.
Wow.
Taking on the USA's A side, and they are currently 113 for 9. So that game is all but done.
Who got the runs for the Kudus there?
Rudy Birkenstock, 101 runs, retired, not out.
Yep.
Nick Rhodes with 47.
Yep.
Andy Lund with 65, not out. Trevor Poole, the captain, 27.
So they all got runs.
So they all got a couple of runs there and positive runs there. Good to see the Kudus putting up a big total.
But I'm intrigued by that Impala's game because that could have a material effect on how this tournament pans out.
Yeah, we'll need to keep it open in front of us and just keep following it.
Yeah. Very much in the balance. And of course what that means is if Zimbabwe win this, as it looks as if they might, but the Impalas were to lose, that opens the group right up.
Zimbabwe the only side to win all 3 of their matches so far in the tournament. So it would almost certainly put them in that final on Monday.
Well, certainly if the Impalas were to lose, I think mathematically Zimbabwe would be in the final because they'd have 8 points and no one else would have more than 4 with a game to play.
But still a job to do here, 57 more required. You don't want to have to go too many runs and over in the last 10 overs. John O'Lane cuts one, but straight to the fielder.
Well, lots for the USA to play for there because if they win, that'll mean there's 4 teams on 2 wins. Assuming that Zimbabwe win here.
Seems like a very good assumption in my mind.
Oh!
That's missed everything, and
Yep.
McWade calls him through just for the single.
Is he going to call that a wide, I wonder? Go down the leg. No, he's called as a bye. Although it passed behind the batsman's back, I think the batsman had leant quite a long way over. Probably passed over the top of the stumps. That
I think it did. It looked to
didn't
me
it?
like
Yeah.
it could have bowled him around the legs.
Then leant over, and so that's why it went behind him. But it wasn't actually leg side, was it?
You feel like McWade needs to bat until the end here just to secure this for Zimbabwe. You don't want two fresh batsmen at the wickets with 50 odd still to get.
Nope.
McWade waits, cuts one close from his body to the sweeper fielder. Just in between the inner ring and the boundaries, that fielder, but in no man's land.
Good over from Paul Murphy. It's the 2 runs off the bat from it.
Couple tight overs here could put Zimbabwe under some pressure. You don't want to be chasing more than 6 and over in the last 10.
No.
2 maiden overs, and then all of a sudden that run rate jumps as well.
But wickets is what Wales need here. And another 2 or 3 wickets in the next 20 runs, really, isn't it?
That was a fantastic 3rd wicket partnership between McWade and Walton. Slaps one through the covers.
Good 50. Good 50 from McQuaid. Yeah, so I've enjoyed that. Good cricket knock.
Unorthodox but very effective.
Unorthodox but good to look at.
Covering yourself there for the hotel.
Am I that transparent, Mr. Clegg?
Fight at breakfast.
You won't be taking the last egg tomorrow morning. Think I'm safe for that one.
Now you can hear the Welsh fielders now just getting in some chips, putting John O'Lane under pressure. The new batsman, he's had a couple of those plays and misses.
11 balls now and he's still not off the mark, and that'll be playing on his mind, and the Welsh fielders will be aware of it. They'll see that he's not to his name on the scoreboard. He's been in for quite a few overs, so they'll be trying just to increase the pressure on him, trying to get him to make a mistake. Again, back at Gareth Edwards, the bowler. This looks like another good over for Wales. Lots of chirps going on out there.
They're coming in really tight on the leg side. The fielders on the square.
Quite happy to keep John O'Lane on naught. Because as a batsman, if you've been in for a couple of overs and you're chasing, you become more and more and more aware that you haven't got a run, and it's where you end up doing something silly.
And it also puts pressure on your partner in the
to score runs as well. Absolutely.
McWade might feel it's all on him now. Whereas with Walton, they were just rotating the strike and it looked a bit easy.
Yeah.
You could possibly go back to the Walton shots and say he didn't have to come down the wicket.
It's the way he plays his cricket, though, isn't it?
It is, and it's been glorious to watch.
Yeah.
And die by the sword.
And he's not done too badly this tournament so far, has he? Let's be honest. And that's his first relative failure today. Yes, it's been given. Well, a slightly different complexion to this game all of a sudden. Slightly different complexion. McQuaid now departing for a very well hit 50. Lane's been in for 13 balls, hasn't scored a run. And we'll have a new batsman joining him.
It will be interesting to see who they send in next.
Yeah. Can you see from here, Nick? As you
That could be Kenyan Zeal. He is also a
Right.
tall player. Usually bats with the cap, so
because you have made the point that you know you weren't born when half of my anecdotes were rooted, which tends to suggest your eyes are going to be a lot better than mine.
Oh,
I mean, look how thick my glasses are. What hope have I got, dear boy?
looks to be Kenyan Zeal there.
Good. See, I can't even see a batsman coming. That's how bad my eyes are.
I could be wrong. I just
Oh no,
gotta
there's
wait
two
for
of them. There's one standing in front of the other. That's what they. Oh, how cheeky!
it. Would be good
How
to see it
cheeky
now,
they
but-
are.
Oh, that's not Kenyan Zeal. That is
No. Number 6.
Sean Lawler. Shug.
Okay.
So Zimbabwe just playing with the batting lineup here. Interesting seeing as they still need quite a few runs to get. You'd think they'd want to just get to that target, giving guys an opportunity that haven't had a chance to bat so far.
Is that the right thing to be doing at this stage in a game like this?
Not for me when the other match is so tightly contested at the other venue, and a win here could put you in that final.
But they may know what's going on in there of the match, and they may be thinking, okay, well, 4 wins is going to be enough for us, you know. Who knows? Who knows?
I wonder if it's raining at that other venue because it hasn't been
The
updated.
score stayed the same for a while, is it? Could easily be raining, couldn't it? I'll take a single, and all of a sudden, it's become a little bit interesting out there. Leg by, no run to the batsman.
Now the mountain range in front of us being covered
Yeah,
by a cloth of clouds.
yeah. But behind us, it's pretty bright. No blue sky as such, but nice and bright. Oh,
Picks
good
it
hit.
off.
Gets
First
off the
runs
mark.
for him will come in a
2
form of
bounces
a
for 4.
boundary.
Yeah.
It was getting a bit stressful for me here in the commentary box. 0-15. Now finds the boundary rope. That just breaks the shackles, takes the score needed now to under 50 runs. Another milestone met. But as we've been saying, wickets is the currency here. Big appeal. Wales now realizing
Wales are
they
on
can
this,
get
aren't
on
they?
top, yeah.
They're on this. The atmosphere out there has changed considerably in the last 10 minutes, hasn't it? With those 2 wickets. 2 set batsmen departing. Wales smelling something here.
Plays it late and close to his body. At the end of the 35th, Zimbabwe 160 for 4. At the same stage, Wales were 145 for 4. This game very much getting closer to being in the balance here.
Certainly Wales have clawed back what seemed a forlorn
You would think that
situation a couple of overs ago.
if they do lose another wicket, you'd hope that Greg McDonald would stroll to the crease. Wise captain, knows how to finish off a run chase. McDonald, very cool, calm and collected type of captain. So while I'm here stressing, wondering why he's changed the batting order, he will certainly have his reasons.
He's sitting there knowing exactly what he's doing, isn't he?
We'll know if it was the right decision in 10 overs time or 49 runs
Or 6 wickets.
or 6 wickets. But then it's definitely the wrong decision. 6 wickets down.
Bit of an appeal from Wales there, but
Possibility
they're
of
shouting
two,
for
yeah.
almost everything at the moment, aren't they?
Not the two
Shouting
quickest
for
guys
almost
between the
everything.
wickets, yeah.
Oh, that's hit the stumps.
Walton to our left telling Shugs to get through. Strange to say that Walton probably feels like he failed today getting a 47. First time not crossing the 50 milestone in this tournament. Oh, looking for a quick single. The calling needs to be clear and crisp at this stage of the innings. Wales are alert to it with some sharp fielding. They can find a run out or two. This game is becoming what we thought would be tight here at the end.
Edge onto the pad there. Runs back with a square, no run. Back to the bowler Edwards. 3 balls gone of the over. He's in. Bowls. Pushed into the covers. I'll take a single.
No, the scoreboard's completely stuffed. I don't know what's going on. So they need
They need 45 to win.
off.
There's 9.2 overs left.
Okay. So 2 dot balls here and they need 5 and over. Could get interesting. Could get very interesting.
That's on the leg side. That's not going to help the cause.
Fine leg
It's
appealing
not
for
going to help the
caught
cause.
behind there, trying to trick the umpire, but Shotgun Harrison on top of it quickly shoots out those arms for a wide.
That's picked up. Knocked out in the onside, deep. Fielders there. Murphy. Big arm.
Well played by
Back to
the
the
Shug
keeper.
man.
So Judith, it's 43 to win off 9.
42 off 9.
42 off 9.
Looks like the other game must have been read out, and it says the Impalas won by 7 runs.
Wow. Oh, wow.
That was a
Could be
tight one
critical. That could be very critical in the scheme of things.
there. Would have been quite something if America could have pulled through with a victory there.
Yeah, yeah. And it would have opened the group right up. As it is now, the Impalas need to beat the Kudus on Sunday
The South African playoff.
to make the final. But I don't suspect that much quarter will be asked for or given there.
With the
Lots
World Cup spaces up for grabs.
Lots of pride at stake and World Cup places up for grabs. So both sides will be going at it tooth and nail, I'd have thought.
Yeah, they're going to have to. That one down the
Oh, it's
leg
gone
side.
down the leg side.
And Shugs was off the mark really quickly there. He's going to look to come for 2, forcing John O'Lane to run back to the danger end. That's great awareness by the Shug man, Sean Lawler.
Murphy really does need to land his leggy properly here, doesn't he? Can't be giving runs away like that on the leg side in a situation like this.
Either that or the slip needs to move to a leg slip. Just protect that wide ball as we see one driven through mid wicket. He's just going to go to the boundary. John O'Lane finding some time and big effort there. Looks like it was knocked over the
it's gone
boundary with
for
that
4.
diving
Yeah.
effort.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can
Great
see how
effort from Chris
desperate
Hudson.
the Welsh players are now, trying to save every run. John O'Lane finding his gears. He would have been nervous those first 14 deliveries.
But he's starting to score a little bit more freely now.
Comes down the track
That's
and
out.
over straight
That's
to cover.
out. Mike Hayden takes the catch at cover. Zimbabwe are 5 down. Murphy strikes again. This game takes another twist.
And here comes Kenyan Zul.
But still more than enough Zimbabwean batsmen in the hutch to knock off the 30 or so runs required.
Yeah, it could get tight. So Kenyan Zul in his one innings that he had raced to 24 14 deliveries. He then blocked out 20 odd deliveries to have 24 or 43. So there's some pressurized bowling. Wales might give themselves a chance here. So anything loose Kenyan Zul will put away, but on the stumps.
Wales have got to get him out, haven't they? It's as simple as that. All
Like
Wales can do
McQuaid
is to
will.
get him out. So this is Murphy's 7th over. He's got 2 more to bowl. Can's got 4 more to bowl. Gareth Edwards 3 more to bowl. 2 for Gareth Edwards. And Chris Hudson's got 4 more to bowl, hasn't he? 5 more to bowl. So I suspect that that's where we'll see the majority of the overs coming from the spinners. They've taken all of the wickets.
Oh, they're cramping the new batsman,
Yeah.
A silly mid on, we haven't seen, silly mid off rather, we haven't seen one of those. He's gone more square onto the crease, it seems. Just to be in the eye line of the batsman.
Well, the odd ball at this end has stood up, so Murph will be hoping to repeat that.
You can see that massive stride coming because of that fielder there, trying to get the ball in front of the fielder.
Certainly makes you think as a batsman when you're fresh in. Spin bowler bowling on a slightly unpredictable track, and you've got a man a couple of yards away from you.
He's going to sweep it around.
That would have done in the world of good. Gets off the mark.
This partnership now races to 1 run. The start of something good here, hopefully for Zimbabwe. They'll look for these two to take it to the end. But as we mentioned, 1 or 2 more wickets and Wales will start to fully believe.
See what I mean? That ball just stood up a little bit from Murphy, didn't it? You'll be hoping that there's a stop shot there. He'll catch the gloves or the handle of the splice and it'll pop up to John Jones at slim it off there. Oh! Suddenly we're becoming riveted to every ball, aren't we, Nick?
We are what looked like a coast for Zimbabwe. It's just getting a little bit more edgy and nervy.
Still 34 runs to win in 8 overs.
34 to win. 8
Eight.
overs.
And pitch reason says the same.
Michael Can back into the attack.
Heavily packed leg side field here.
Yeah. Well, 5 overs for 20 so far, Michael Can has.
34 of 8. Yeah.
Really
34 of 8.
forcing the Zimbabweans to go over the top on the leg side.
And
2 fielders
and 5
short,
wickets
just
down.
off the square.
Yeah, and 5 down. No, the pitch vision and Judith are saying 34 of 8, 5 down.
Ooh. Bit leggish, bit leggish.
Judith still has belief in this Welsh side. She's been positive all afternoon.
Good
Some
stop,
great
Paul Keneally.
fielding there at mid-off. Just a single.
Threw himself at that ball as if his life depended on it. In the same way as I threw myself at that cliche as if my life depended on it. Can is in. It's dug out. Good footwork again. Lots of foot cricket gone on today from the from fielders on both sides, to be fair, haven't they?
Absolutely.
And very effective it's been as well.
Might throw a soccer ball out there later and see what type of football match we could
Completely lost them once they've got something they can kick properly. That's again.
get. Pressure building here in dot balls.
Yeah.
Partnership has doubled to 2 runs. Small milestones needed here for the Zimbabwe side. That's down the
Well
ground. but
fielded from Khan.
excellent fielding.
Great fielding from his own bowling.
Shugs had set off there.
Yeah.
Really thought he was in with a chance.
Thought it was past the bowler. Coming out towards us up here on the long off boundary, but no. Michael Khan managed to smother that ball. Bit more air there. No, that's outside leg. Sort of tell from the way a batsman's shaping and where his feet go. And that certainly felt as if he'd stepped outside the leg stump. Right, still game on here. 33 required in 7 overs. Edging up towards 5 and over now. So Murphy can bowl 2 of the 3 that need to be bowled from this end. They'll have to find another over from this end. I'm assuming that Michael Khan can probably bowl out from the other end. Oh, that's a big hit. That's a big hit. It's over my tents. It's gone for 6. 6 over mid wicket.
And the heads of the Welsh fielders there just drop a bit. The pressure was building so nicely.
Yeah.
I mentioned how quickly Kenyan can get off the mark. Little chirp there from Edward saying a good batter goes twice.
But Zeal wise to the challenge and takes a bit of time out. Gathers himself, sets up, Murphy's in again.
Kenyan
Oh,
goes
he's
big
gone
down the ground.
big.
That's even bigger.
No, one bounce for. One bounce for.
Off the first 2.
This has changed the complexion yet again. Put Zimbabwe firmly back into the driving seat. You feel another couple of those blows and they're almost there, aren't they?
Still feel quite nervous here in the comm box. Not as poised as Judith. Don't have that experience on my side of 100 games in one season. Still feel like a wicket here could just disrupt the flow of Zimbabwe as they look to tickle it.
He's running.
Yeah.
Oh no!
A better throw
Good throw could have had him in big trouble there. It's come from the toe of the bat, I think. Aiming to push it away through not the mid wicket again, but ended up dribbling a couple of inches away from him.
Kenyon goes
That's a
down
big
the
hit.
ground.
Fielded in the deep by Chris Hudson. Throw comes back into the bowler, but this has been a very good over for Zimbabwe. 11 runs off it so far with a ball to go. Two required off 6 overs. I don't think that's going to be much of a factor anymore, is it? If they bat 6 overs, 22 runs will come. Wales need wickets.
Well, we've seen if needed, Kenyon Zeal can open those shoulders and
Exactly, as we saw in the last
hefty,
over. Didn't we? Yeah.
hefty ball.
Indeed.
Imagine this end on that.
Wedi colli o 7 run Duckworth Lewis. Wedi benni gynnar. Iawn. Wedi galw hwnna. Lla ddim credu ble bynnag maen nhw wedi bod yn bwrw glaw mor drwm bod nhw'n gallu gorffen. Nurdled away backward a square, but no run.
Couple dot balls here against this pair, maybe less experienced than the earlier batters. Might find them in a little bit of
Yeah.
trouble. Might see a rash shot or two. Could bring about a wicket as we see one driven down the ground by Kenyon. Down the ground.
Oh, in the air, but in between the fielders. Kept low again. Consistent all day, hasn't it? When he's pitched in that spot, just around or outside the off stump down at that end, it's generally shot along the ground. Well run, well run.
Should very aware there that they still need to tick over the scoreboard. Pushed it down the ground, a quick single called Kenyon through, who was ball watching. Each batsman takes a while to set his stance.
So, assuming that Murphy does indeed bowl this over, this will be his last over. Wales will need to find 2 more overs to be bowled from that end. Can bowl out from this end. Feel if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen in the next 2 overs for Wales. And it's got to be in the shape of 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're definitely going to need 2. Still some experience to come in the batting order. Tom Rudd, Greg McDonald. Gareth Edwards not short of a few words here late in the innings.
Playing with a batsman's head.
Lower order.
It's a nice ball, but it's got away from the field.
Courage to push for 2, yeah.
Good running. Good running.
As Judith takes the sunglasses off her laptop for the first time today.
Oh, there from Murphy. 3 balls to go. He'll be hoping to find the golden ball here in those 3 balls. Floated up. Big appeal, but
more in desperation and hope. It's outside the line there, good clap.
Shot was played outside the line to the leg spinner. Hasn't got a lot going for it in terms of an LBW shout, does it? Again, floated up. 1 ball left from Paul Murphy today. What can he do with it? Can he make something happen? Yes, he's taken it. He has made something happen. Caught and bowled Paul Murphy. Good bit of cricket from the Barry boy there.
Strolls the captain, Greg McDonald.
As you say, a cool head for hot times.
But you never know.
You never know.
You've just called the wicket off the last ball, yeah, for Murph. So
Yep. A can hat trick is perfectly possible.
maybe not call any more of those, thanks.
I've just called it. I've just called a can hat trick.
Okay, Judith. Thank you. Thank you, Judith. That's enough now. And the Welsh commentators, yeah, coming
The Welsh
alive
commentators, yeah.
after a wicket. There was a bit of a lull in the game for the Welsh fans.
The completely biased Welsh commentators. We're not going to get away with it. Are we speaking Welsh away here to each other? There's only one team really we can be supporting, isn't there? It's been a great cricketing contest between two very competitive but very friendly teams. Look, even now the smiles and the chirps going on there between the players is just lovely to see. Just lovely to see.
He was originally shouting save and choke, but I think
Yeah.
he was getting confused with those words. So
Yeah,
now
yeah.
he's just saying save the two.
Save the two. So they're happy for Zeal to have the one, and they want to have a go at their new batsman, don't they? That's the thinking here. Good ball from Khan. Zeal can't do anything with it other than smother it back to the bowler. Naughty Charlotte. Oh, didn't want want to be bowling that.
And they're gonna
Didn't
look
want
for
to be
two,
bowling
I'm
that.
sure.
I think they'll get two.
McDonald
there.
turns early,
Yeah.
sends Zeal back to the danger end. He needs
Yeah.
to put on his skates here.
Just about the last thing Wales wanted there. Wide called, 2 runs off it, 3 onto the total. Takes Zimbabwe to within sniffing distance of the target required to win.
That's straight down the ground, but there is a fielder back here at long on. He'll do the long barrier. Edwards underarms it to the bowler. Zimbabwe come through for a single. Takes their score now up to 197 for 6.
Wales get to bowl at McDonald, but it's cost them 4 runs. And at this stage of the game, that's a huge percentage of the required total.
Smart captaincy, yeah. Just bringing in the field to squeeze pressure. Cricket is a strange game. It's funny what pressure can do. 12 runs needed for Zimbabwe, but not out of the danger zone yet.
Oh, that'll
That's
help.
a great
That'll
shot by
help.
the skipper. Over the top and to the boundary it comes.
4 runs over long off. Brings up the 200. What do Wales do now?
Send all the fielders to the ring.
Well,
Judith still believes, yeah.
yeah.
101 for 6. Yeah.
Gotta
4 wickets needed or 8 runs.
Stick with
Judith.
the plan, haven't they? Stick with the plan.
Oh, McDonald drives it again, but
But-
straight to cover. But the timing coming off his bat, you wonder why he didn't stroll to the crease early on in this run chase.
He didn't think he'd be needed, did he? Wales have managed to make it a lot harder for Zimbabwe than they expected, I think. Can is in.
Chips it down to Madon, pushes through for a
Throw
single.
from Gareth Edwards, but can't stop the run. Can't stop the run.
His timing there so sweet. Nearly carried that all the way to the fielder. He hasn't had many opportunities himself to bat McDonald, just the one innings of 40. Not out, taking his team to victory. That was against the Kurus in that heat on Tuesday. Kenyan Zeal now on the back foot, cuts it to point, and they'll push through for a single. It's almost inevitable now.
Don't think that's what Wales saw happening in that over. 10 runs off it. Zimbabwe getting to within 1 shot of what's required now. And Wales forced into a change of bowling. Is Chris Hudson back into the attack?
Oh, the wicket taking Hudson.
The wicket taking Hudson. You have to take a few now, isn't he?
Yeah, 6 deliveries. He only needs 4 of them
Yeah.
to take the wickets.
Yeah.
And you'd almost suspect 1 wicket here could just make the Zim batsman panic a little.
6
What-
runs. 6
what do you-
runs, you can get him in wides.
Well, I was going to say,
Get him in wides.
what he doesn't want now is to slide one down the leg side, a wide, and the batsman run too. But McDonald will be aware to it.
We were saying at the tea interval, Nick, Wales was probably about a par score. 20 less, they wouldn't have stood a chance. 20 more, 26 here or 4 overs, or 3 overs, and you'd really fancy Wales to win, wouldn't you, at this stage? So we've sort of, credit to us, we called it right.
Yes, we finally got something right.
Got something right. We got something right.
It's taken almost 90 overs, but we got there. 87.
3 overs left in the game.
We definitely got the call of the rain wrong. We were worried about that with Lewis.
Oh yes. Didn't happen here, but it obviously did affect the USA Impala's game.
Also smart umpiring just to keep the players out on the field.
Gotta be, isn't it? For as long as you can. Good start from Hudson. What
That makes me nervous when batsmen start leaving a ball there.
There's more like that, Chris.
That's fine. He'll wait for the right ball to hit.
Oh, early call from McDonald. Pushes through as that ball goes to short 45. Starting to spit again every now and again, yeah?
The sun's out again for the first time in hours as well. Interesting weather. You'd almost call it Welsh.
Trying to make you guys feel at home while you're here in the Cape.
But it is about 20 degrees warmer than it would be in Wales.
We would be a lot more miserable.
This is a very hot summer day for us, yes.
McDonald's been striking it cleanly so far. Can he do again?
Yep, chips it away. That
So
ties the scores. does
That's
it?
going to go for
That
4.
ties the scores.
His timing
Children
is
eight.
immaculate.
Beautiful
here.
timing.
Looks like they're going to shake hands. That's the end of the game.
That's it, is it? I thought they wanted one more to win. Nope, that's the end of the game. Well, a bit tighter in the end, Nick, than I think we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Zimbabwe thought they might have to bat into the 40th over, or 43rd over rather. But the captain coming in there at the end and just timing the ball so sweetly.
Beautifully.
Can only imagine if he came in earlier, there would have been less stress in the comms box from our side at least.
We don't know, do we? We don't know with cricket what could have happened, but certainly a lot closer as a contest than we thought it would be for most of the day, if we're honest.
Yeah, it's ebbed and flowed throughout the game, as you can see the scorecard contributions from John Jones and Paul Keneally, and Kevin Bowen there coming in with a quick fire, 28 of 21 deliveries. The pick of the bowlers, Raj Naik, 2 for 25 in his 9. That really was a fantastic spell. And Gary Pentland-Smith at the end there, 2 for 21 in his 4. McWade and Andy Walton setting up a beautiful partnership in the middle overs for Zimbabwe. And Paul Murphy picking up a couple of wickets for himself there. Zimbabwe veterans taking out a good victory in the end, yeah, taking 4 from 4 in this tournament and sits comfortably at the top of the log now. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, and I hope to see you guys in the final. That's what both of our teams are.
Be nice to see you again on Monday, Nick. It's been a pleasure. Good day out in the sun, the wind, and the rain. Thoroughly enjoyed ourselves, and a good victory for Zimbabwe veterans, but not without a very hard fight from Wales today.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you to everyone for tuning in, and please continue to follow us. Tomorrow is a break day, but we'll be back with some excellent cricket on Sunday and on Monday.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, nos da.